Did that for the education challenge for the foundation instead.
Yeah, I saw it. It was.
Okay, I would like to welcome everyone to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is March 7th, 2023. We're meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 in Sandy, Utah. And the first item on the agenda is the final 23 legislative report. And we'll have Charlie Evans, Director of External Relations, and Susan Edwards, Public Engagement Coordinator, will present.
It's all over but the crying, as they say, and I hope we can bring the crying to an end too here pretty quick, maybe after this report.
So maybe after tonight.
There's a saying in lobbying that the most important vote is the next vote. And that's really how Susan and I really try to conduct ourselves at the legislature. And, you know, we've talked a number of times, and no sense in rehashing it here, what the first of the session was like this year. But as the legislative session closed last Friday night, Susan and I are on a text thread with other government affairs peoples from other districts around the valley. And somebody on that text thread observed, well, except for the voucher bill, we actually had a pretty good year. And somebody else chimed in, that's a pretty big exception. But I do think both those statements are true. I think we obviously sustained a huge loss there. And but I think after we stabilized ourselves after that and the legislature got back into more regular order and showing a respect for the process that allowed us to engage in the process with legislators, I think we were for the most part successful. We're going to talk about all this stuff, but the legislature put a lot of money into education. And they put it in a way, you know, that they wanted to put it in. We, of course, as we always have, tried to get as much money in the WPU as we can. That WPU was 6%, which is not nothing, but certainly we felt like other money that was in other locations could have been put there and maybe put to better use by school boards and other LEAs. Ultimately, we did not prevail on that. You know, we need to work on maintaining and earning, not that we haven't earned the trust of our legislators. And hopefully they will earn our trust back. I'm not going to guarantee that. So did you have any? Well, before I start, let me introduce Paul and Anders, our interns here in the back. They worked as hard as Susan and I and did a great job this year. And I just wanted to make sure that the board got a chance to meet them and thank them for everything that they've done for us. All right, thanks.
Okay. So it was an exceptional year. There were 933 total bills passed, and that was 575 bills passed overall. That was the most ever in any legislative session. And oddly enough, they finished it at 10 o'clock at night, which is kind of weird and unusual. There were 933 total bills. 211 of those impacted CSD, and you can see down the list of the bills that impact us, and education bills, same thing. That is by far and wide the highest number, and we felt it. We were, I don't know how you describe that.
We really did. And, you know, I keep thinking that every year is going to be, that number is going to crest and begin to go back down, but it never does. And I wouldn't count on next year going down either.
Carly, who's done this a lot longer than I have remarked that he'd never worked a bill number as high as he did in the House and the Senate, right?
Yeah.
So it was an unusual.
Well, this is the first year I ever worked a bill whose number was in 500s, and we ended up working 4 or 5.
Yeah, so it was.
That were numbered in the 500s.
Unusual. So structural changes to public education will never be the same. That may end up good, may end up not so good. Only time will tell. But these are some of the things that contributed to structural education. You want to?
So we've talked at length about House Bill 215, the voucher bill, and I just add one thing here that I will say publicly as a public recommendation to our board. We have a number of private schools and within the boundaries of Canyon School District, likely to have more in the future. I did not hear anything from Waterford, but the other large public school, private school in Canyons was very active in this voucher bill, as their interest would dictate. I have no problem with them being active in that. But I will just say that, you know, they look at you guys as a competitor. And I would certainly begin to look at them in that exact same way. A friendly competitor for sure. We have a lot of good relationships with the people there. There's no reason for those not to continue, but they would like to compete with you, and they made it a lot easier for them to do that. And I would recommend that you guys also begin looking at them as a competitor. Go ahead.
The amendment to change the Constitution and bills that kind of came with that. That is, those of you that attend JLC, you'll know that's what you spent a bulk of your time trying to discuss. Kudos to all of you, and Nancy helped with that some too, as far as language with all of you. It was I've never seen a year like that at JLC, where there was one topic from beginning to end that pretty much dominated the conversation. Didn't end really where we wanted it to end. They did pass something. They have promised that with the cooperation that we've exhibited this year, they will be back at the table in the future and going forward to continue to build on that or work on that language. We'll see.
Left ourselves at their mercy again, I think, by agreeing to SJR 10.
And SB 394, that's an interesting one because it existed as a completely other bill that didn't, have anything to do with this at the start of Friday. And I don't know, when was it? Probably 11, 12, 1. It completely changed entitled and body to what this is, which was the whole harmless language that that would be a companion bill to the constitutional earmark amendment.
For some reason, we're opposed to having any leverage at the legislature, and as soon as we get some, we trade it right away. Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it works. So I think everybody's aware of what happened on SGR 10. Eventually they got what they wanted. They are saying that they will come back and work on that. And that I never seen them do that before, where you pass a constitutional amendment that's going to appear on the ballot and then come back and amend it or edit it. I've never seen that happen. I assume it can, but that is the guarantee we receive. We'll see if it actually does happen. I don't know what their motivation is for doing it at this point, but we put ourselves on their position.
All day kindergarten's positive.
All day kindergarten, yes. It's something we've been working on for a very long time. It's always been, since I worked for the Board of Education, and especially this board and the previous board, has been a priority. And we finally got there. So I was very pleased to see that happen. I would like to thank United Way, Elizabeth Garbe, who they've also put a lot of time and resources into that. They hired a couple of lobbyists, former legislators, and lobbyists here, Canyons, that live in Canyons School District, did a great job. And I personally like to, with Susan and others who've been working on that, has been years in the making. I'm very pleased to see that. Yes.
The school grading modifications, they're removing the letter grade, leaving the dashboard, but removing the letter grade for school grading, which is something that many in education valued. So that passed as well.
That's something we've also been working on for a number of years, and I frankly didn't expect it to pass with as a Senate president, but we were able to get it done this year.
Okay, this is not Leon verified, so if I completely screw this up, don't take me as my word, but hopefully it's pretty close. This is Ben Leishman verified, and whatever about Ben Leishman. So, but you've got several things on here. This is You'll notice the other down here, there's some additional money that doesn't really impact us. But the other part of the budget is roughly what will impact us. Leon, you can start correcting me now, but that tells you how busy Leon and I have been for 2 days because we have not managed to cross paths. So you've got the teen centers passed. That's where they want to build additional teen centers. They only funded it at 15 million. So we'll see. School safety, that's a heck of an interesting one. That was up until the last couple of hours, and we actually are the ones that picked up on it, was a completely permissive part of the budget that was to be used for capital facilities and school safety. And they grabbed it, the House grabbed it and stuffed it into one bill on school safety, and it can only be used there. So it took out a large part of our flexibility and caught the Senate off guard. And I think there were some words about that, but it didn't go through. Charlie and I found out that indeed they can do the bill of bills, and once it's printed, it cannot be changed.
Cannot be changed once they print it.
And anyway, but we worked hard. So school safety has a big bump, and that will make the MT committee have to do some thinking and working. All day K, as we said, educator professional development, the teacher salaries, was in HB 215. So that's a positive for our teachers. What they didn't fund, obviously, that we all know, was classified employees. The generational investment is another really interesting thing. So JLC asked for the WPU to be higher. They said another 4% to get it from 6% to 10%. I don't know that any of us really thought that was going to happen, but we had hopes of maybe an additional 2%. That money went into generational investments. So you all know what trust lands are, correct? So that money, $160 million, got put into the trust land, the permanent state school fund, which will come out as the rest of all other trust land money does, comes out up to, with the changes this year, up to 5% each year out to the students of today. Most of this will benefit students forevermore, and does not contribute to money that we can currently spend. So that was an interesting thing for them to do. It does allow them to say, wow, we made this additional $160 million investment in education. It does not help the students today and your budget at all. So kind of interesting. I mean, not that trust lands doesn't appreciate it, but
Well, it doesn't have the same impact as if it put it in WPU, but it will have some
impact. And then educator salary amendment, the WPU, you see the inflation amounts there, and then the WPU value added on. So to which Leon said, you said it's about 6% total. So that's budget. Are there any questions up to this point?
Yeah.
Yes, come on.
Not the back one. With the proposal to amend the Utah Constitution, I know we can't spend district money for political reasons. Is there any way we can put out information? Is that something we want to support, or is that something to not support?
That's a decision you guys will have to make. That is a board decision. And but I would recommend at some point, whatever the board decides, taking a position on one way or the other. I have my own thoughts, but
Amanda has a question.
So true to the style of the legislature this year, some of you are probably aware of how USBA's decision to support SJR 10 came about. They apparently received a lot of pressure from their local legislators, called a meeting in less than 24 hours, had a meeting, and it was really rushed and kind of cornered. I'm personally not in favor of supporting it. And Amber and I have had discussions about the fact, I believe that we probably have the option as USBA to change our minds or to change our position come August. And like some of those that have been in those meetings with us, I would really like to see how the legislature behaves interim session, particularly with bills that we would like to bring forward proactively and have sponsored. If they're not going to lean in towards public education and supporting us in a myriad of different ways, I don't think we should support it. They need us to actually be able to pass this, a constitutional amendment, they have to have the support and they know that. We felt like this had to be done right before the end of the session. I don't know. It's really frustrating.
They're lumping the food tax, the repeal of the food tax in with it too, as a way of making it more palatable too, and not to belabor the point or beat a dead horse. I did not understand the strategic or tactical value, frankly, of agreeing to SJR 10 at any point this legislative session, because it takes away all your leverage next year when they do have to pass it. But I wasn't in the meeting. Maybe there was a good reason for it. Hard to imagine what that might be, though.
But the point is, we have to stay close to USBA and continue to have those conversations and not let this drop come when we have those next meetings. It's
Okay, go ahead, keep going.
So school operations, I've kind of lumped several of these bills, both pass and fail, into groups. But these are the bills that would impact school operations. Please kind of note them. The public school library transparency is only one of two bills on sensitive materials that passed. The other one was a Fillmore Ballard bill. So that one is one that has a pilot that I think we will probably need to have a discussion on. Communications requirements was by Welton, that adds a 0.5 graduation credit to communication to a graduation. The Jimenez bill, that's one that's going to require some look at and some study, probably in policy, HB 427. Same with HB 348, participation waiver amendments. So the Jimenez bill focuses on inalienable rights, equal opportunity, individual merit. The Acton bill focuses on a right of conscience bill, meaning that if a student feels like their right of conscience is being violated, they could opt out. Both of those will need some attention and interpretation. The alternative concurrent enrollment gives some flexibility a little bit if your partner school for concurrent enrollment is not doing certain things. Talent Ready Utah will probably want to take a look at as well for the CT side of things that impacts internships. And then there is support for ELL and dual immersion programs, given a little bit in financial support. However, I will say that we've already had this discussion, but the last bill does not allow you now statewide to take any money from a foreign government that is impacting, that is prohibited basically. And so that one does cut off your funding for DLI if you are taking any money from certain foreign governments. Board management and governance, there were a lot of these this year. I didn't list all of them. I need to say that, so don't think this is all of them, but these are kind of some of the big ones. The checks passed, the minuses didn't, some of them by the hair of our chinny chin chin. You can kind of look through those and you'll have to study out over time what they look like. We won't go into all of them tonight, but there was a lot there in board governance, and I think probably one of the areas where we want to spend some time studying in the interim, our board and our administration, why the bills are ran, what their seeming expectations are, and you know, any changes and updates. I personally, Charlie and I spend a lot of time thinking that we're in a pretty good place on a lot of these, but did want to present that.
I was just gonna say, as I have done in the last several years, eventually that school fee bill is gonna pass. It gets harder and harder to kill every year. And we literally were at the last minute worrying about that bill this year. So that eventually will pass.
And we have said all along, we'll support it if it's funded. It was not again this year, even though
It did get funded this year, and not gonna get funded next year either.
curriculum bills, same kind of thing. Public school instructional materials. I think some of these you're gonna, want to look at, but there were, I can't remember how many sensitive materials bills that ran, but I think we had a meeting on them. I think there were like 9 discussed in that meeting. And we actually got off without too many changes in that world. But I think it's with the understanding, one of the big messages we and others delivered is we're just a couple of months into implementing our policies statewide. Please give us some time for implementation, and then we can come back and make sure it's working right. And I gather some districts have not yet implemented at all. So want to make sure that statewide, as we talk to our partners in education, they're on it and using a good policy so that we can maybe not have further legislation coming our way. Some of those others are just message bills or bills that may come back, but those are curriculum and classroom kind of related bills. Absenteeism and truancy for all the work they did on it, and mental health as well, but for all the work, Brian knows, we served on a committee and it really kind of was a meh in the end. We got a little support and a little, we should really do something about this, but I don't know that the end result did a lot.
Well, what they infused into legislation, we actually did last year with all of our, so we were basically a year ahead of what they're now asking us to do, as we often are, yeah.
So, HR, has several passed and failed bills, which we'll go over with HR and with Steve Diamond, but, there are several HR related bills and how we handle, employees, how we handle leave, how we handle, investigations. There was quite a bit of information in that. One of them, the second one, the Educator Growth Plan Framework, prior to the session, everybody had a pretty large freak out about in the HR world, and we managed to get that one not ran. So athletics, there was, I would say the big takeaways are they want birth certificates required through UHSAA and had a couple of bills to achieve that. Also, if you participate in athletics and you have different religious beliefs or cultural beliefs, then you should be allowed to participate with respect to those in dress and in attire. And then trying to think what else. It's probably the gist of it. Safety bills. Like I said, there's big funding for school safety. There's also several bills that go with it. All of the funding is tied to HB 61, the second one. But there,
One she was referring to earlier.
right, but there are some other safety bills that passed, which Jeff and Kirsten will take to the EMT committee and we'll study those out. And then we had a lot of students, probably I'm looking at our probably a record number of visitors this year to the Hill. We had at 800, did we figure out somewhere around 800 students visit? So we just want to show you a few of those highlights. Entrada came up, and that was special to have them up there that day. PTA Day on the Hill is always a big day. National Board Certified Teacher Recognition, McMay and Rick got to come up for that, and those teachers were so very excited to see their superintendent there. So that was fun. The South Valley Chamber Junior Women in Business and the Adult Women in Business, but they were there a couple of different days. Our USBA Day on the Hill with our outdoor esports team and our board members, and got a moment with some of our city representatives. The robotics teams were up there demonstrating their robots from some of our schools, and they were great. These are just some miscellaneous. Up here at the top and down here you have our job shadow kids. We only got one of 2 days in because the second day was a snow day, so the second day didn't get to happen, but we did have job shadow kids one day. Bottom left are kids from Hillcrest IB program that were up speaking to IB bills on a couple of different occasions. And then we had Monet up for a day, which was fun. There's one of our schools. I can't remember off the top of my head which one that is, but one of our schools. That was fun. And then we got Mont saying the prayer, but the reason I put this in here is the picture on the right. Charlie and I have never figured out how to get that parking space in all of these years, and we'd like that.
How do you get that, Mon?
We just drive in and I called the highway patrol and said, Charlie Evans told me I said no problem.
It's the best parking spot we've ever known anybody.
They showed it on.
Oh, just prayed. I prayed for my parking space.
Please let me back out of where I'm not supposed to be. So,
Any questions we can answer?
Any questions for Mrs. Tingy?
Yeah, thank you for that report, and they make it look simple. It was not, not simple at all, and but one of the things that, as I've kind of studied through these bills, I think more than any other year of the bills that passed, we are going to have to change policy, change practice in very specific ways. And so I think it would be, and maybe this is what you're planning on doing already, but I think each department needs to take a really close look and then bring to the board policy committee, if it's a policy related thing, you know, changes and suggestions, because it can be it'll be overwhelming for the policy committee. And I think a lot, just my observation, a lot of these bills were because LEAs had not correctly implemented policy changes the year before. And, you know, if we didn't do it right, then they feel a need to step in and tell us how we should do things. And I'll defend Canyons in the way we do things, but I think we need to be very intentional on that and have our eyes wide open, not only, and I mean, yes, to the bills that passed, but also, like you mentioned, to the bills that didn't pass. There's as much of a message in that as there is in the ones that did pass. And I think we need to, as a board and as a district, really take a deep dive into some of those topics and, you know, determine how, you know, if that's going to come back, what can we do to preempt or you know, help.
The one thing, we are going to send all the department heads, all the bills that we identified that we think will affect their department. And
that
just
passed.
to say one more thing, I don't think this picture means as much to the rest of you guys as it does me, because if you backed off from that, went up, you know, 1,200 feet, Mott's is the only car you'd see.
Charlie,
And that's the front door to the Capitol.
To lower the,
they've got those big, and they push
yeah.
a button and all the columns just drop down. You drive over the top.
So
It for me was a great honor to have Senator Reeby invite me there to offer the invocation for the Senate. That was amazing to have that opportunity to do it. I appreciate it.
it was nice of you to come do it. It was nice of her to think of us.
I did run a few ideas past Susan before I offered the invocation. And she told me, she advised me not to say any of them.
So we are gonna divide those bills out, Nancy and the department heads, and however, what's the most appropriate way to follow up on that, it's fine with us, obviously, but we are gonna do that. I don't think we've ever done that before.
We've broken the tracker down into only bills that pass so that we can worry about those. And then we may add in a few others that were message bills that we need to get the message. Nancy references, but I will reiterate, I think we've experienced this before, but I don't know that we've ever experienced it to this degree where so many bills were ran on one instance in one part of the state, one person brought something, and so they ran up a bill for the whole state. And we had a lot of those conversations this year.
Yeah,
And
there's a lot of turnover in the legislature. I've said this before, you know, it's, we had a very conservative legislature. The last one, this one's even more conservative. And you know, that cuts both ways. I think we began to figure out at the end how to more effectively work with this legislature. We'll see what an interim period does. But I expect a legislative session somewhat like this one next time.
I think you all let us know how you would like to proceed, you know, on follow-up on all this, because I know you've had quite a bit of discussion about having our legislative lunch earlier in the year, a few different things, and then continuing to discuss legislative stuff in between time. So just let me know, and Charlie will guide us on how we proceed from here at your direction. So
Okay, so board, what I was thinking is, this idea came from some board members that, I mean, obviously, we need to have a long discussion on this, decide if we want to take a position, decide if we want to make a statement. So what I was thinking is maybe when we do our roundtable, which is scheduled for June 20th right now, it's one of our regular board meetings. But maybe start at like at noon and have a couple hours like at the beginning or sometime in that time to talk about legislative issues, so. That's just an idea if you guys are all okay with it. Okay.
I think that would be really important because not only kind of talk about the constitutional earmark and what it means and what, you know, maybe if there is still some room to negotiate and to maneuver and to hopefully modify things, but also some of these other issues that we know are coming back, we know we're gonna, and you know, if we could get out in front of them. And I don't know, I think that would be really helpful.
And I would love if we even get our priorities done on that 20th, then we can meet with legislators in the summer, which is what we kind of all talked about at that luncheon.
Legislators asked for that at that luncheon too, so I think that's a good idea. I would just say one thing on SJR 10. Obviously, the board should do what it feels is best, but my recommendation would be to wait till after the next legislative session, to
Take a position.
I would let people know that you intend on taking a position, but just not do it till after the next legislative. I think that's where your leverage comes from.
I agree, because I mean, if we just take the approach of it's still a work in progress.
Right, which we've been assured that it is.
Well, we could talk about what we want to ask for that, right? What do we want to ask for?
They just break us out of the bottom 20%, I'd be happy.
No, don't even get me started. So, and I also think figuring out how to effectively strategize with fellow districts about it. I mean, just even like with some of the other members of the JLC, after Leon posted the numbers that he did about our inflation, I reached out to some of the other districts, and it was interesting to see their inflationary figures come back and how consistent they were in certain areas, right? I think being able to clarify the narrative with our legislators about where our costs actually are rather than their perception of what they are is critically important. And to Nancy's point, to make sure that these other districts are thinking cognizantly about the message bills, about the things that they feel like aren't being done, because we get punished quite frequently for the poor follow through in other situations. And
That's a good point. In the sensitive material stuff, I think we were on top of it before the last legislative session. We certainly were on top of it after. You know, but some school districts haven't done anything.
right.
It's very frustrating to legislators, as it would be for you guys if you did something like that and some of your schools did it and some of them didn't. And so we have to remember that it was frustrating for them as good a job as we did. And I don't really think that any of this was aimed at us. I think, but you can see why they'd be frustrated when other school districts haven't done anything.
Okay, Mrs. Oaks. I'm sorry, this is Nybar,
Okay,
sorry. I'm
so,
sorry.
I just wanted to first thank both of you and the people that helped, because this is an inordinate amount of bills on education, and they ought to do, you know, with every bill they implement, they take one off. I don't know if anyone noticed, but I spilled my water here, and I was just thinking that was great symbolism, you know, because really we have a bit of a mess with this legislative session, but that was just a quarter of the water bottle. So we need to be proactive and preemptive as we move into the next session, right? And start talking with legislators and people like in July and August, because if we can be more proactive about communicating all the things we are doing when they tell us to do them and that we're taking care of it, that might help us for the future. So.
And, you know, when we got to the end and we were dealing with some really bad bills, I mean, there was a bill up there that would have required us to list prominently on our website every allegation there ever has been against a teacher, whether it's substantiated or not. I mean, there were some truly bad bills up there. And, you know, and that we were able to close ranks with leadership and others to kill those bills easily, which I had worried about that to begin with. And so, you know, I think you're exactly right. There are places we can build bridges. I think we understand that now where we didn't before the legislative session. Having gone through a session with them, I feel like we know where we need to, what we can do and where we need to do it. Don't you agree?
Okay,
Unless
thank
we
you.
have a start like we did this year and then we don't understand much of anything.
Mr. Miller.
Susan, you had the graph up there that you had that part about safety on it. Tell me if I have stinking thinking on this. Feels like to me for that, what is it? $75 million. As a Canyon School District, we have done an inordinate amount of upgrade to our safety concerns for the district over, since we came into existence. We spend a lot of money. Are we being penalized by the legislature for having done that?
Very real possibility of it. Yes.
We pointed that out.
The bill was already
But
printed.
the budget was already printed. We pointed that out and there was agreement, I think, that that's potential and they're really sorry, but that they felt like in the way they've put out the funding in the past, it hasn't all been used the way it was supposed to be used, so they decided to be very specific.
Well,
in
and
their purpose.
I don't think there's any question but that's right. Yeah, what they say happened, didn't happen here, but it did happen some other places, and there again, you can understand their frustration.
Okay, this is
Just a, sorry, quick follow-up on that. So we had a conversation on that literally the last day. That's when all of that piece of it went from being completely flexible for districts for either safety or capital needs. Distributed through the flexible WPU, which just kind of automatically you get it and then you spend it and then report, to sending it all to USBE and creating a grant program. So it's up to USBE to define the details of what it takes to be awarded a grant and how much you get. So I think we can do a little bit of advocacy with USBE on that one.
And
I think, yeah, I mean, we messaged, tried to make it loud and clear that we shouldn't penalize LEAs that have already invested a lot of their funds in safety and security things. So.
okay. Thank you, Charlie and Susan. We
Thank you.
really appreciate it. Thank you, Anders and.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you so much, you guys, for being here and also for all your work. We really appreciate it.
thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And thank you all for your support. I don't know that we've ever felt that kind of board support up at the Capitol before.
So I gotta go back in time. Okay, now we're gonna.
When you finish with that hair, could I have some of it?
We like the lots for love, lots for love. Lots for love.
Okay, we're gonna go on to item B, Board of Education graduation assignments, and that is Dr. Dowdle, Assistant Superintendent.
Well, we're at this point again. It's amazing how fast it comes back around. So graduation for 5 comprehensive high schools is May 25th, if you hadn't paid attention. We have 2 venues this year. Alta and Corner will be at the University of Utah. Brighton, Hillcrest, and Jordan will be at the Maverick Center. We also have some interesting things on Canyon's Transition Academy. Just a reminder, they don't ask for a speaker. Jordan Valley only has 2 graduates this year. So it'll be an interesting ceremony. There's some thinking going on about what that can really look like. But you can see that Jordan High will be used for Entrada, and Diamond Ridge will be at Mount Jordan Middle. That's where they've been for the last couple of years. Over on the side, you can see where Rick and I have divided up, and I haven't told McKay about this yet, but he's speaking at Entrada. Break the ice for him.
I'm excited.
He's at maturation tonight.
He's at maturation. He still doesn't know.
And it just not sticking.
Maybe.
That's awesome.
So now, just a reminder on the themes, you don't necessarily have to write a speech that really addresses the theme. The students do a lot of that. And there's 2 themes that are not on here, and that's because the students have not voted on it at those 2 schools. So, President, you've usually done
Great.
Selection process.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so so one board member speaks and the other one just attends and supports. So let's just start at the top. So who would like to speak?
Well, I was gonna, I have a sun group.
Okay. Lots of corner case.
Well,
Okay.
it's
all
it
about
has to do with Alta, so if I
corporations.
attend, I would be speaking.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so Alta, who would like to speak then? Whose turn is it? Kind of, we do rotate.
I mean, I spoke at Alta last year, but I can do it, especially if you have one that's graduate. But there's other board members that also cover Alta, so I don't have to.
Anyone else really want to, or? Are we okay with
I would be fine speaking about too with me.
Trying to think. You have some of Alta too, right?
Yeah.
I'm across the street. I have none.
You don't have any?
Okay.
No, but I'm right across the street from it. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
That's the street that divides the two. So,
So, and we usually try to have at least one board member speak once, one of these. That's kind of-
I don't care whether-
You have constituents.
Unless
that
you don't
do
want
that.
to.
I do have constituents that go there. So that would make it,
I have some constituents
I
that
do
go to
have
Alta, but
constituents.
most everyone, I have like 3 streets that go to Alta.
I
But
have more than.
But I don't have any constituents that go to any other schools besides Corner Canyon or Alta, so.
Okay.
More than that. My
Well,
constituents
who's
go
gonna
to.
Maybe French. Yeah. Make a meeting.
Karen, do you want to?
I'll take an Alta. Yeah. Fine.
And then I'll attend.
I don't care. Rookie.
Well, can I attend it because I
Yeah, sure. So Karen.
only have
Holly.
2 high schools that go to.
I'd still like to attend if I could.
Oh, and it's 10 a.m.
Well,
I would
can
be
3 people
speaking.
attend? I guess so.
Just sitting there.
Yeah, just sitting there if you want to.
Sure.
So I'm speaking.
Okay, then
Am I-
Brighton, it is Nancy's turn, so.
So there's 2 others that are, the 2 of you, Amanda and Holly, will be going to Alta as well.
Hey, Nancy, did you hear me?
Sorry.
It's your turn to speak at Brighton. Is that okay? Okay, so Brighton will be Nancy. I will be attending. Okay, then Corner will be Amanda, and well, Amanda will speak and Holly will attend. Then Hillcrest.
Happy to do it.
Okay, okay, Mont,
I accept that one.
okay, and you want to attend?
Yeah.
Okay. Mont and Andrew.
So I wanted to, yeah. And Hillcrest.
Okay, good, but Mont will speak. Okay, what about Jordan then? Okay, Andrew will speak.
I'll
there.
attend.
Andrew
It's the
speak.
same day, but 10 and
Karen
then 2.
attend.
Can I make it from 10 to 2? Is that too close?
No.
You all that have done this?
It works, yeah. They don't usually last more than 2.
Thank goodness.
Okay,
It's a
and
long time
then
to sit.
Diamond Ridge. Who-
10.
And Diamond Ridge is a different night. I think the rest, well,
It's
no,
the
that
day-
is the same night.
It's the day before.
It's the night
That was the
before.
day before. Okay, sorry, I need glasses. So who would like to speak there?
Either I'm fine with it or
Andrew, do you want?
want to speak and I'll attend. I'll be with this.
Andrew speaking.
Speak, Nancy attend. Okay, then we have Entrada. That one is June 22nd. So that is a definitely different date.
I'm out of town also.
Sorry, Nancy or Mont or? I think I'll be here. So I could do it. I could speak.
Could be out of town that day too. What is it?
June 22nd.
2 days
Okay,
after. our-
then Jordan Valley.
Sorry, who was Entrada?
I'm gonna speak at Entrada.
I can attend.
Jordan Valley.
I would love to speak at Jordan Valley again. Nancy did last year.
Wants to speak at Jordan Valley. Does anyone else want to attend Entrada with me?
I'll attend with you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, anyone else want to attend Jordan Valley with Mont? That one is May 19th. Okay, Amanda. I am writing it down too. If you're- double check really.
Yes, let's double check. And Cindy's doing it and Nancy.
Everyone's
Could get it right.
I'm not ready for it.
Okay, then the last one, Canyons Transition Academy. Oh,
That's a fun one, yeah,
Nancy? I
to
don't know.
attend. You don't have to speak. But
Oh,
it's
yeah.
really a fun one to attend.
Okay, Nancy and Karen,
I'll attend.
do we need a speaker or we don't need a speaker?
No.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Just remember, board, that they have asked in the past to keep it short.
Short is short.
That is correct. They would love it if it is under 5 minutes. Under 45 minutes.
A 3.5 minute talk. I got it.
3 minutes.
3 is our recommended.
Three is
Back in the
great.
day, 3.5 minute talk. Got it.
Okay, thank you.
We haven't been before. We need to get gowns. Well,
Yeah,
She's
Cindy's
already
been
working on it. Cindy's ahead of the game.
somebody's doing it. Awesome. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you, Dr. Dowdle. Okay,
Who's going with me to Alta? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Y'all, that's right. I remember y'all.
okay, let's do policy really quick. And I'll have to move the other item to. Oh, actually, no, sorry. Yeah, let's just go with C and we'll have to move policy and item D and E we need to move to study. So, okay, let's do update on the final 2021-2022 land trust and TSSP reports. And Alice Peck, Director of Elementary School Principals, will present.
President Schill, Board, tonight I'm going to present the final reports for our 2021-2022 land trust and TSSP reports, or plans, excuse me. Feels a bit awkward to be doing this so late in the year. Those of you that have been on the board in the past will recall we've always done this in October, but things were switched up a bit this year. So it's kind of hard sometimes to keep in mind that we're talking about plans that were completed last May, but that's what we're looking at tonight. So I'm going to start with carryover for all of the land trust plans. We had 6 schools that carried over more than 10%. And just as a reminder, our schools are always asked to spend down to 10% or less on their plans because the money that is allocated for schools is allocated for that school year. In this particular case, we had 2 schools that carried over 11%. One at 12%, one at 13%, and one school that carried over at 16%. And the 16% was actually due to a late purchase that did not show up on the books until after the plans had been submitted. So we did have one school that carried over 30%, which we all know in a land trust plan is not what we want to see happen. The good news is that school has made arrangements to spend that money down and probably has already spent that money down to date through the use of FTE and some other things. So just wanted to point that out. Now, in terms of our carryover for TSSP plans, this was a little bit different situation. And I want to remind everybody that during this school year, we were still coming out the other end of COVID, and schools were really struggling to hire people. And they were also struggling to get the equipment in a lot of cases that they ordered because things were just hard to come by and on back order. So we did have 7 schools that had encumbered money in May, but by the time the money came through, they were well below that 10% by the beginning of this school year. And then we had 7 others that carried over more than 10% with the understanding that they were going to use that money to supplement their FTE for the coming year. And they did that in the form of aides, subs, and then again, there was some PD and for teachers. And then in one case, or maybe more than one case, we had a couple of schools that had part-time counselors that they were able to supplement their salary with their carryover. So the good news is in this year's current plan, the money is all being spent to get down to that 10% or less. Okay, and this is always a tricky one when we talk about goal attainment, because as you know, we have many schools, and it would take us well over 30 minutes to try to go over all the different plans in this meeting. But we had overall, most of our schools either met some of their goals, but not all of them. So You just have to go on to the website and look specifically at each final report. I did talk to Janelle Myrick and she has had a chance to put all the final reports on each school's website. So if you have specific questions about specific schools, those are going to be available to you on the website. I know that was short and quick, but do you have any questions for me?
Are there any questions? Board?
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Okay, I think we'll move, like I said, item D and E. I think we should move them to item A and B. So this may be a board member can be prepared to make the motion.
So A and B,
8A, sorry.
okay, and then move everything else down there.
Yeah,
Not have time to do policy.
you think we do? Okay, let's do policy.
Policy deal. Pretty quick.
Okay, let's do policy, and then we'll move Nate to item 8A. So you can look at first.
I'll get you done. Let me just quickly go to what we were requested to do in the policy committee was just provide some new guidelines. So about 12 years ago, briefly, the policy for calendars was very specific on who was supposed to be represented on the committee. It delineated the number of administrators, the number of teachers, the number of ESP employees, and the number of parents. And about 2014, that was modified to where the committee has just broad language where it lists the groups and no longer lists a specific number. So in looking at the calendar, our main task in the policy committee was to provide you language in the guidelines to deal with the reallocation of instructional days. So there are two guidelines that we're proposing. They're listed on the slide there. You have it on board docs. In blue is the new language, teacher contract days for teacher preparation, which will include professional development, new student orientation, school district trainings and meetings, and those will be scheduled preceding the first day of the school year. We already have that in place. It's the 5 days that we do prior to the school year. So we didn't have that broader parenthetical really addressing teacher contract days. Then the other provision that's been added is 2 school days will be reallocated for teacher preparation time or teacher professional development, i.e. no student days, and scheduled during the school year pursuant to the state statute, which allows you to move instructional days to teacher preparation days. Those are the revisions to the calendar committee guidelines. The only revision we're recommending in the policy is simply noting that it's an advisory calendar committee, which all board committees are, and then just delineating now where in our redescription of the calendar committee, adding some just language so that when we have licensed teachers, it specifies we have elementary and secondary, ESP employee groups, and representation parent from each level. Those are the proposed revisions. If you have feedback, you can provide it to the policy committee. If there isn't any feedback, I recommend these could be placed on a consent agenda at the next meeting.
Okay. So
I can answer questions.
are there any questions or comments or suggestions?
I'm just gonna say, being on the committee, I think this is a really good update. And I think that as we talked through this, it was important to be a little more specific about how that calendar committee is formed, and this is exactly what that does.
I think it's great. Mrs. Pedersen.
I'm just gonna say I really enjoy the word advisory calendar committee and not just the calendar committee, because I think it keeps the perspective there.
Yeah, that's
You're making recommendations, but you're not making decisions.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes people get on these committees thinking that they are going to be able to do more. So I appreciate the rewording and the broadening of that. So I'm on the committee now, but I wasn't there. So.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, great. Thank you so much, Jeff. And I will now say our meeting's over.
Sorry, so are we gonna have it on the consent?
Yes,
Then
Bart,
the
are we
next
okay? Are we okay putting this on consent?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we can put that on consent then. Okay, thank you. So this session is over and we will start business meeting at 7 o'clock. I could always attempt.
This is gonna be scary. It's Maverick, I mean, not Paris. Peak. The biggest group I've ever seen, but that's okay. Ever learn in life?
No. So just doing
And to be honest, I've been very involved with Delta, despite the fact that I do enough theaters in my schools.
What right does she have to?
No.
Where did she go?
Had some kind of extra.
Oh, yeah.
Orchestra. Other than that.
Oh, I think that's called chamber.
I've been texting my husband to take our sons to algebra room. I've done it every time with all our boys. Why does the mother have to? He's like, you do that. I'm like, yeah, but actually you should be doing it. You're the dad anyway.
I'm gonna go with my son. I went with all.
Yeah, I've gone with all my boys. Let me tell you, I am very well versed on these changes. Let me tell you.
Be grateful the school does it. My kids had Chris do it. And I hate to use the term, but she sits down with the boys and she has a pop-up book where you open it, the thing pops up.
I'm telling you, I'm the one that has had to always have box and everything. Who gave us this?
I did.
Hey.
Let me
It's
tell
my
you.
very favorite candy bar.
Let me tell you a story. It's a Victorian
not gonna-
knife, which is a Swiss Army knife, people.
Oh,
That will
Ew.
become your favorite kitchen. You cook,
Ew.
you'll love it.
It's safe to have.
Looking at Toblerone, and Toblerone has been de-Swift.
oh.
They can no longer use a Swiss cross,
I don't remember.
and they have a, they use it being, they lack Swiftness.
Wow.
And this is made in Switzerland, even though it's a international candy bar. It has made in Europe. And I would advise you, get an American Swiss. Sample them.
Oh, I can tell. Hand chocolate, I can tell such.
Chocolate on that is.
Oh, I didn't know. This is my favorite European version of candy. I love choices and I love European chocolate, so I'm very excited. Thank you for that.
You will notice a huge difference in the.
Very kind. Thank you so much. That was very thoughtful.
And that,
very-
I tell people,
I don't know.
it's a kitchen utensil, not a weapon.
I will be goodbye.
Tool. It's a tool, not a weapon.
Like tomorrow's great.
Kitchen utensil. Good idea.
Sorry, Nate.
That's okay.
Yeah.
So Cindy.
I am well.
Yeah.
You know,
Across the street.
Ever since I had shoulder surgery.
Oh, yeah.
I cannot get. Thank you.
But you managed to ski all right.
I know.
In Switzerland.
I did.
Okay, just checking. I mean,
Gives you a whole other demeanor. Yes.
Kids ran Providence and I ran it at Apple. What was this crash? Everybody made and everything. Providence crash. Total difference. So when they were tracking, they were up and down. And I compared my.
Thank you.
Robert, and we were 60 to 65% of the total.
Yeah.
Question, Nancy?
Yeah, so these. Packet everywhere where it says sign here, Leon's already signed.
And the thing that he just incredible.
Is it your whole family?
If you'll find it there. Sign that one.
Side of the matter. All the way to the top, all the way to the base. I mean, you're just downhill and.
That's the problem.
I'm old, but I don't speak
to the business meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is March 7th, 2023, and we are meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. I would like to excuse board member Amanda Oakes. She may be joining us later. We are now going to be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Principal Angela Wilkinson from Sunrise Elementary. And then followed by that, she will share highlights of her school.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you so much for having me this evening. I am always grateful for the opportunity to address our board and to talk about Sunrise. At Sunrise, we teach 608 students, and the students teach 61 faculty and staff, meaning we learn just as much from our students as they do from us on a daily basis. Our mission at Sunrise is to empower a collaborative culture where all learners are problem solvers. We really embrace this, and as you will see, each and every individual at Sunrise is a learner. Our mission helps guide us in our decision-making every day, and attributed to Sunrise being ranked in 2021 by U.S. News as the #1 elementary school in the state of Utah. Sunrise is one of the 2 elementary schools in the district that house the SALTA program. SALTA, for those of you that don't know, stands for Supporting Advanced Learners Toward Achievement, which is our gifted and talented program in Canyons. Of the 608 students at Sunrise, a fourth are SALTA students, and that number is projected to grow next year. Each week, all of our teachers at Sunrise collaborate in professional learning communities where they dive into grade level data and discuss ways they can take student learning deeper as well as to personalize it. I think it is important to highlight that while our teachers are collaborating, students are in Brain Boosters. It is here that our students are exposed to our amazing STEM program in our makerspace, music program, playworks, and library. Throughout this year, these amazing staff members have created breathtaking performances, such as our Veterans Day program, taught our students how to use 3D printers, created green screen movies, and taught our students how to engage in cooperative play. The energy and excitement at Sunrise make our school an amazing place to be. The students, staff, and community really feel like family. As you walk into our office, you will always be greeted with a smile, and we are often told how welcoming our front office is. Each person in our building is willing to jump in and help to support each other. Even tonight, there are staff members that have chosen to join me in showing their support for a fellow Sunrise Eagle. This is not limited to just our staff, however. It also, as previously mentioned, includes our community. This year alone, we have had 2,398 volunteer hours, and that number will also continue to grow. These individuals have stepped in and helped with things such as crosswalk duty, our Watchdogs program, Meet the Masters, Sunrise Singers, Book Blitz, Junior Achievement, as well as much, much more. One specific example is that of a parent who took over teaching our orchestra program at the school. She reached out when our orchestra teacher could no longer continue and took over the class. Another example is when one of our parents volunteering as a watchdog saw some of our handheld stop signs needed some attention. He was quickly able to problem solve, and by the end of the day, they were as good as new. Each and every individual at our school jumps in to contribute and help do what is best for our students. I know I've only had a few minutes with you this evening, but I hope I have been able to give you a glimpse into what makes Sunrise truly shine. Our culture is one of students first. Continue soaring and go Eagles. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Principal Wilkinson. We really appreciate you being here and we appreciate all you do for students. And also please pass on our thanks to your teachers and staff from the board. Okay, I need now to have a motion to approve the agenda for tonight, March 7th. So does anyone want to make a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve the agenda for tonight, March 7th, 2023, with one slight adjustment, moving the study session, item 2E on special education full day kindergarten initiative to the new,
That's right,
Yeah,
so far.
to the new business, 8A,
8A.
and then everything else subsequently down a letter.
Perfect. Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, I will take a vote. All in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, now we will go on to a new part of our agenda, which I'm very excited about, and it is called the Canyon Strong Employee Recognition. And tonight we're going to start by shining a light on the men and women in the district who give so much of themselves and to the success of our district. Our employees are truly the backbone of our operations, and we remain in awe of everything we accomplish together every day. As we launch our Canyon Strong Employee Recognitions Initiative, we are reminded of the words of author J.M. Barrie, who wrote Peter Pan. He wrote, "Those who bring sunshine into the lives of others cannot keep it from themselves." From the classroom teacher to the nutrition service worker to the bus driver to the IT professionals, Canyon's employees bring sunshine into the lives of students, parents, volunteers, and their colleagues. And we certainly hope the power of learning and the strength of belonging to a community contribute to the lives of our employees as well. It's no secret that the Canyons Board of Education believes that the most skilled and dedicated educators and education support professionals work in Canyons District. To the end of applauding employee contributions, both big and small, we will recognize up to 5 employees every other board meeting. Employees also might see some notes of appreciation from members of the board and administration in the coming weeks as well. As Helen Keller said, "Alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. Together we are Canyon Strong." I will now turn the time over to our Director of Communications, Jeff Haney, and Kirsten Stewart, Associate Director of Communications.
And Jill, for this time that you've granted to recognize the achievements of faculty and staff in the Canyons District. Those who are mentioned tonight will receive a letter of commendation from the board and the superintendent, and maybe a little bit of Canyons District swag. We're so proud of them. We're grateful for them because they make us Canyon Strong. The aim here is simple: to show the world how and why we are Canyon Strong, thanks to the smarts and the savvy and the commitment of Canyons District employees. Every little bit helps contribute to the whole. No job is too small, and every positive action makes us stronger as a team. Those honored tonight were nominated by their peers. 4 weeks ago, we asked principals, directors, and coordinators to identify employees who deserve recognition for the things that they do to go above and beyond for their school communities. And we have received dozens and dozens of nominations in a very short period of time. And if we've learned anything, it's that there is so much goodness in our schools. Now, for sure, we'll keep continuing to honor the employees who have won awards or were named to prestigious associations, but the Canyon Strong recognitions are mostly for the women and men in our schools and departments who give of themselves behind the scenes without fanfare and with the aim of making our little corner of the world a better place. But first, let's recognize the employees who are making Canyons District the district of champions. You'll see there a picture of 2 coaches, Coach Lunt and Coach Lunt at Corner Canyon High School. With the 6A boys basketball win and the 6A all-girls cheerleading win, Dan and Whitney become the father-daughter duo who are coaches of state title winning teams in the same year. So congratulations to the Lones. We also want to recognize some of our employees who lead our schools. You'll see there some fun photos of our principals, Dr. Watts and Cami Montague. They are principals in our schools, and as President Schill said, the Board of Education wants to do this program because it's no secret that the board believes that the most skilled and dedicated educators and education support professionals work in Canyon School District. And none are more dedicated than Gail Christensen from Canyon's district's purchasing department. Gail, as you can see there, she's holding her plaque, has been selected as the 2023 Outstanding Public Buyer of the Year for the Utah chapter of the National Institute of Government Purchasing. This award was given during March, which is the National Procurement Month, and that is a time set aside to honor our purchasing professionals. Now, Gail is a huge Jazz fan, so probably she's not watching us. She's probably watching the Jazz take on Dallas tonight, but we certainly want to recognize her for this achievement. I also want to note right there, the 3 Canyons teachers who have renewed their coveted status as National Board Certified Teachers. Ann Clyde, an achievement coach at Union Middle, Jacinda Miranda, a 3rd grade teacher at Altaview, and Bethany Smith, a 2nd grade teacher at Peruvian Park, have all completed the rigorous program, that certification process overseen by the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards. This is a voluntary program, but it is the gold standard for teaching credentials and certifications. And you can see there that Dr. Robbins and Dr. Robinson went to the state capitol to be with our teachers as they were honored by Governor Cox and invited on the House and the Senate floors for further acknowledgement. And they were also treated to a lunch in the Senate building. This week also is School Social Work Week. Canyons District employs nearly 40 social workers who, like teachers, got into the education business to help young people. They are the link between a school and a community, shining a light on the need for resources for students and families. They offer hope and help to ensure that all students succeed. Now we all rise because they give our school communities strength. Human life and experience is very precious, and when a student allows you in to hear that story, it's an incredible honor and a privilege that I get to experience. Thank you to all of our school social workers. It's their week and we honor them. They truly help us rise. Now let's get along to those who are receiving the very first Canyons Strong Employee Recognition honors tonight. These are the folks who are the topics of nominations that were sent in by their peers. You'll see here Sprucewood Elementary's Sarah Lee. She's a library technician at the elementary school, and when she learned about the school's upcoming readathon, she created a unique and fun learning experience for all of the classes. You can see here that she created a restaurant in a library and had a book tasting with various genres. And the students could come in, they could pick from the menu that the genre that they wanted to read, and get a taste of that book, possibly to inspire them in the fundraiser readathon. She set up tables with fun tablecloths, placemats, menus, plastic fake candles. She dressed up as a chef, and the students filled out that menu with their favorites from every one of the genres. The kids went home so excited about all of the books they tasted in the library that day. They told their families about the enthusiasm they had for reading. This is just one way that we are Canyons Strong. Thank you to Sarah Lee for this inventive and unique approach to inspiring kids to read. Brookwood Elementary's Joan Kidd. She helps make us and the world strong. Her colleagues told us this: it's a small thing, but it is a big thing. For decades, Joan has taken it upon herself to collect all of the soda cans, and she places them in the faculty room. When the bin is full, she takes the cans home with her and recycles them properly. Such a small thing, but such a big thing when you're thinking about how to make the world a better place. And the Brookwood Elementary faculty and staff sent in the nomination to thank her for reminding them to make the world a better place through small pieces of recycling. Now, Willow Springs is full of folks who help make Canyon strong. First, there's the AFM, or Assistant Facilities Manager. That's Richard Moore. You can see him there in the black cowboy hat. Here's what a nominator said about him. I was visiting with Richard one day when classes let out, and each student who walked by him held their thumb and index fingers into the shape of a goalpost, so Richard could kick virtual footballs through them. This practice started during COVID when they couldn't give high fives or fist bumps. And so we started kicking virtual field goals to say hello and keep connected to the students. And the practice continues to this day. And then we would be remiss if we did not stop to honor and express appreciation for Willow Springs accommodated core teachers Jen Archuleta and Megan Hunt. It's not hyperbole when we say that they are truly lifesavers. Jen and Megan did not hesitate to help a colleague who suffered a seizure in front of them. When their colleague fell out of her chair, they jumped into action. Megan called 911, asked for paramedics to get to the school, and got directions from the dispatchers on how to do CPR, and then conveyed those directions to Jen, who was on the floor, rendering the first aid to the fellow employee. They continued to provide this emergency medical care until the first responders could get to the school. The employee made it and is recovering thanks to the good, quick work and caring actions of Jen and Megan, who truly are the epitome of Canyon Strong. Now, recently, we've been fortunate to have such a strong and dedicated core of custodians and crews from the facilities department. On the day of the massive snowstorm, they worked truly and literally around the clock to keep our campuses clear of snow and ice. We honor the folks like Jordan High's Tyler Allred, who either stayed at this school or at his in-laws' home in nearby Midvale for 3 days straight. He didn't go home for 3 days, so he could be at the school to make sure it was safe for students and that all of the snow and ice was cleared for them. He lives in Tooele and didn't want to make it there and couldn't make it back for his school, so he didn't go home for 3 days. That is the type of dedication we see in our custodial staff. And if you think it's hard to drive your car or your truck in the snow or ice, try driving a massive school bus. This nomination came from Business Administrator Leon Wilcox about bus drivers Bill Schober and Chase Vasquez. They volunteered to brave the storm to pick up kids at 7:30 a.m. in the midst of the blizzard and safely transport them to Layton so those students could participate in the state DECA competition. Now, our students rocked it at state DECA, but they only got there because of the good work of Bill and Chase. Thank you to folks like Mr. Allred, Mr. Schober, and Mr. Vasquez for all they did to help us through that last storm. And I've asked our custodial coordinator, Kevin Kelson, to provide a little bit more insight about our custodial staff, whose work during the recent winter storms showed the world just how strong canyons can be when we work together. Kevin?
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, board, for giving me this opportunity to come up here and speak for a second. I just wanted to take a couple of minutes to spread some appreciation and brag, if you will, about our custodial team that is out there. This has been a winter we have had, as you all know. The water has been a welcome sight, but boy, we are ready for warm weather, I can tell you that. This year has had 2 major snowstorms, surrounded by multiple little ones, as we all know. The first storm that significantly impacted us is what we refer to as the New Year's Day storm. This storm hit pretty early in the afternoon on New Year's Day during winter break. By 1 p.m., I had dispatched our AFMs and our grounds crew to report to the schools as soon as they could. Within an hour, 80% of our AFMs had reported to their buildings. I was very impressed. The next day, still a non-contract day for all of our folks, showed up in full force, working 12 to 14 hours that day. Myself and my team behind me were a part of that. As far as the grounds crew, every single one of them showed up within 12 to 14 hours on their day off. This was all giving up their holiday, their time off. They reported to work, and it's all due to moving snow in layers, right? It is a lot easier to move 2 inches at a time than it is to move a foot. There is no waiting when it comes to moving snow. We got to get on it now. The second storm hit just a couple of weeks ago, February 22nd. This was an even more impressive storm than that New Year's Day storm. By 5 a.m. on February 22nd, almost all of our AFMs were on site, with others still struggling to find their way to work. Some called for rides. We gave them rides to work so they could get to their school and perform their duties. Remote learning day does not factor into our day. We still need to show up to work. Again, the deeper the snow, the harder it is to move. We have to get on it as soon as possible. Now, whether you're a Tyler Allred, AFM at Jordan High School, that Jeff mentioned, who did not go home for 3 days, choosing instead to sleep in his in-laws so he was closer to work and could spend more time at work. Or if you're Liam Smith, Andy Marcus's assistant day custodian at Draper Park, who got stuck trying to get to work, had to have his car towed. He towed it to work so he could plow snow, right? Or if you're one of our many individuals who gave up their holiday, their weekend, worked on their non-contract day to ensure school could resume after winter break. We did not want to have a remote day after winter break. That was our goal. Or if you're one of the many individuals who came into work at 4 a.m., worked 12 to 14 hours to ensure we would only need one remote learning day on that February 22nd storm. If you're some of the few who never thought to pay themselves for overtime, yes, we had some of those, never thought to turn in a timesheet for the overtime, for all these extra hours because they thought they were just doing their job and doing what the school deserves, and that was their best. I literally had to call these folks on the phone and say, you need to be paid. Or if you're one of the many Canyons District groundsmen who reported to work at 4 a.m. and worked multiple 12-hour days because the work only starts after the snow stops. Plowing parking lots, moving snow piles out of handicapped parking spots, moving them out of ramps, eliminating safety hazards of massive snow piles, clearing buried sidewalks, repairing fences and signs. Or if you're one of the mechanics, Phil Kumar and Colby Stocking, who work more than 10 hours, who have worked more than 10 hours a day than they have 8 hours a day during this winter. And their sole mission is keeping up with all the mechanical failures to help keep the AFMs equipped with at least one piece of equipment other than a shovel. I want to say thank you. Thank you for their hard work and for their sacrifices. And I want to acknowledge for what they have done. The work that these individuals have done over the last couple months is worthy of recognition. Our AFMs and groundsmen have been working around the clock in what seems like forever. All of these hardworking individuals do their work quietly and they don't ask for much. They are here to ensure every student graduates college and career ready. Thank you for your time.
You know, I just want to take a moment. Would everybody here just give our custodians a round of applause? Kevin, will you take back our thanks? Yes, there's your water. Now there's one more recognition that we would like to make tonight. It's one more way that we are making Canyon strong. Would Mr. Tom Sherwood come to the front of the room, please? Dr. Robbins asked me, as part of recognitions, to make sure that the district knew that tonight the Board of Education would appoint Tom Sherwood as the new director of high schools in the Canyon School District. So congratulations, Tom.
Thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Let's give Tom a round of applause for all of his work. And just like with McKay, we'd ask him to just give us a few words about what you would like to do looking forward in your new position, and also what you've enjoyed so far about your positions here in Kansas.
So to start off, this is, we already clapped for them and everything, but the custodians really have been amazing. I enjoy working with all of them, the district people, the school people. I do think sometimes they can get lost in the shadows. And in years like this year, you really see their level of dedication and commitment to the schools, the kids, and it really is a special thing to watch that happen. And Brighton hasn't been an exception. In fact, this is bittersweet. This is my 6th year at Brighton High School, and I've thoroughly enjoyed my time there. With the building a new building while we were going to school and transitioning between spaces and all that construction challenges, I think it's created a bit of a trauma bond between me and my faculty there at the school. And I'm going to miss them all very, very much. We really have become a family, and they mean the world to me. And I'm looking forward to continuing to visit them often in this new role. But I can't say enough about the experience I've had as a principal at Jordan High and Brighton High, and just recognizing the excellence that goes on in all the high schools in our district. We really do have some exceptional principals and some exceptional high schools, and I'm looking forward to working with all of them. Moving forward, like I just already mentioned, I think the leadership we have in this district at our high schools is second to none throughout the state. I know Superintendent Robbins has echoed that same sentiment, and I'm lucky to work with them. I look forward to continuing to helping them be successful with their schools, and I'm excited for the challenges of this new position. I'm excited to get to work with you all a little more directly and get to know you all, and I look forward to the opportunity and the challenge. So thank you very much.
Thank you to all those who nominated our employees for Canyon Strong recognitions. And please keep them coming. You can send those to communications@canyonsdistrict.org. If you see an employee go above and beyond, it could be in ways that are big, ways that are small. We want to make sure that we tell the world the amazing people that we have working for the Canyon School District. Mrs. Schill, thank you so much for the time to honor our Canyons employees.
Okay, thank you so much. And I just want to add my thanks to the AFMs for all they've done. It's just been such an unusual year, and just your dedication is really amazing and really appreciated by the board. So now we have come to the patron comment portion of our meeting. The board often designates time in meetings to listen to the patrons of the district. Patron comment time is limited to residents and taxpayers of Canyons District, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. Patrons may provide board members with written comments, and these documents may be submitted to the board secretary at the meeting or emailed to the Office of Public Communications by noon of the day following the board meeting. And the secretary is Mrs. Clausen right over there, if you have any documents to hand to her. Tonight, individuals will be given 3 minutes, and those representing groups will be given 5 minutes. And comments made during patron comment are part of the public record. It is the board's practice to listen and take notes during patron comments. The Board of Education does not discuss matters that are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on individual students to protect their privacy or employee issues. If a patron wants to comment on a district's employees' characters, professional competence, or mental or physical health, the board requests that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if the patron determines to verbally comment on those personal issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. The Board of Education would like to make clear that critical race theory is not part of the curriculum being used by Canyons District. There are no plans to incorporate it into the curriculum or instruction in Canyon schools. The Board of Education values input on all sides of issues. To maintain decorum and respect, we ask that those in attendance refrain from applause or other types of demonstrations during the patron comment time, as well as throughout the meeting. Okay, we have two patrons that are online that we will have them go first. And the first one is Katie Rowley. Is she online? Okay, so the second one is Megan J. And then the third one who is here in the room is Anna McNamer. And we'll just go in that order. So Megan J. Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, can we turn that up? Oh, can you turn your volume up, Megan?
My volume is up. Can you hear me okay?
Okay, just a minute. We're working on it. Okay, try again.
Okay, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, are we ready?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I am speaking about the preliminary 1227 review process for library books. My concern is with only temporarily restricting at the school where the review takes place. I want you all to remember that these books, if restricted, have been found and verified to violate a state law for accessing indecent material on school property. I also brought my concerns to the policy committee, and they confirmed that this is the way the policy is written. It seems counterproductive to have one librarian at one school temporarily restrict a book after verifying the content, just to then have librarians at multiple schools do the same process. There is a full review done after the restriction, so the same title would also need to be fully reviewed by another librarian at each of the schools where the books are found if reviews are submitted. This is a waste of librarian time and money for the amount of hours it takes to not only do the initial review, but the full review as well. You are making this process incredibly difficult for parents and your employees. This is not difficult. If you restrict for violating a state law at one school, then you need to restrict district-wide till the full review is done by the initial librarian. There are currently 22 books temporarily restricted between Jordan, Brighton, and Corner Canyon. If these same titles were reviewed at each school they were found at, it would be a total of 57 additional reviews with different librarians doing the same review. So including the 22 books already restricted and the other schools they are in, that would be a total of 79 reviews needing to take place just to restrict 22 titles in all schools. I am going to give you an example. A book called I'll Give You the Sun is temporarily restricted at Brighton High, but it is also available at Alta, Corner Canyon, Diamond Ridge, Hillcrest, and Jordan. So including the reviews already done at Brighton, that is 6 reviews needed for the same book. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
So we have Anna McNamer and then Bridget Reese.
Some kids live in the library. That's what my daughter told me today after school. Our middle school libraries are such an effective, important transition point between our students learning to read in elementary school and our students culminating their educational journey in high school. They're a vital community center for our students during lunch, a safe haven before and after school, and they offer so many opportunities for students. Between Book Blitz, which offers a more competitive opportunity for students, March Madness, which gives readers an opportunity to spin reading towards that sports model, our monthly book clubs, and that in-person interaction that our students get with our local media center. You can't replicate the feeling of opening up a book, digital or physical, anywhere else. But our board is considering absolutely gutting the library's middle school program with $110,000 in cuts. Even bringing that up in discussion is such an affront to what our school districts stand for and the overall mission of serving our students. Our media centers are constantly evolving, churning, living location where our librarians tailor that reading experience to every single student, moving books in to increase engagement and interest, and moving books out as they need to be. Bringing up these deep cuts, especially at our middle school levels, really does a disservice to our students as they're striving towards college and career awareness and college and career readiness. Reading scores don't improve without effort, and that effort requires funding. Do not gut our middle school library funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Please no clapping. Please no clapping. Thank you. Bridget Reese and then Natalie Metcalf.
Thank you for your time. My name is Bridget Reese. I am the teacher librarian at Albion Middle School, and I represent tonight the Canyon School District librarians. I'd like to begin with a short email I received from one of our school counselors, and the email begins with a quote from a parent. It says, quote, "And that ping pong table in the library has been fantastic. Because of ping pong, she has been able to avoid additional mean comments in the lunchroom," close quote. Now from the counselor, "Sad situation, but the ping pong table allowed this student to avoid some mean girls and make some new friends." Another story, quick story. I recently purchased a copy of Crime and Punishment in Russian, English and Russian, side by side, for a new student who was only just learning English. She unexpectedly came around behind the counter and gave me a huge bear hug. It surprised me. I thought she'd be excited about the copy of Twilight I bought in Russian, but it was Crime and Punishment that delighted her. I was surprised at this until I thought about it for a minute and realized that Dostoevsky is an author with whom she was likely much more familiar. And I was probably letting some of my American biases fog my attempts at understanding what she thinks is cool. A few weeks ago, I met with one of our 6th grade math teachers and 2 of her rather rambunctious students. She made a deal with them that as long as they got their work done, they would have some allotted time each week to play with the robots and Legos and other fun things at our makerspace in the library. These boys were thrilled, and work started happening in class. P.S. Their toys are actually pretty educational as well. These are just a handful of anecdotes from my school, but I know and have heard stories from every one of our secondary school librarians that demonstrate to me that libraries are a vital, safe space for our students, and that the benefits of the services we offer are not always quantifiable in a spreadsheet. I share these stories because I think sometimes it might be misunderstood that the library and its resources serve the entire population, students, teachers, staff, often in ways those on the outside would probably never consider. I make a concerted effort to make sure that every student who walks through my library doors sees themselves reflected in the collection. But in having that sort of collection, one that represents all students, they are also opening doors to perspectives and viewpoints that might have very limited access to otherwise in our relatively homogeneous suburban Utah community. Willingness to open these doors to better understanding is, I think, one of the biggest challenges of our current society. And I think all of us, myself 100% included, need to do better at these attempts for understanding. I'm speaking tonight not just as an employee and teacher librarian, but also as a mother and taxpayer. I have 2 teenage daughters at Hillcrest High. One just took the ACT, like these students in the back here today. And I have 2 of them, so yes, your prayers and donations are very welcome. I know that as their mother, it is up to me to both protect them and prepare them. All parents deserve and have the right to decide what their children should be able to read, but I hold no such privilege over my neighbor's children. As the board is in the process of negotiating numbers and refining a budget, I would like to offer a sincere thank you to all of you for your continued support of school libraries. Truly, thank you. I could give you a list of research as long as my arm. I am a librarian after all. That shows a strong library program increases reading scores and decreases the achievement gap between minorities and their peers. And I know that's what we all want, but we also want students to have a safe space where they feel seen and loved and accepted no matter what. Libraries offer that space. Libraries are the difference between teaching reading and comprehension and analysis, and creating lifelong readers and critical thinkers. Your support is crucial and genuinely appreciated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next patron is Natalie Metcalf, and then Juliet Bryant and Andy Marcus, in that order.
Hi, board. My name is Natalie Metcalf, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all today. I'm a junior at Alta High School representing the book club presidency today. As members of the book club presidency, we believe that our library is a vital part to our school. Since freshman year, it's the only club that many of us have been involved in consistently. I believe reading is a vital part of growing up, whether you're in high school, middle school, or elementary school. And we've had the privilege of meeting local authors and discovering dozens of new books. Earlier this year, we were able to meet best-selling author Neil Shusterman. He told us in assembly about his books, and his best-selling book, Scythe, is hands down the most checked out book in our library. It's checked out every day, multiple times a day. The library provides us with not only as a presidency, but as a whole school to connect with our peers. Asking our fellow members and people in the school, we found the library to be a safe, inviting space similar to a home. There are hundreds of people who come in and out of the library each day, along with the book club turnout, from anywhere of 40 to 70 people. We appreciate the opportunity to have an amazing library each year in every school and hope that this can continue for years to come. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we have Juliet Bryant.
My name is Juliet Bryant, and I'm a 10th grader at Alta High. I'm here today to talk to you about why my school library is so important to my friends and I. Honestly, there are too many reasons to list. It's a safe space, a meeting spot, and it holds a wealth of books that stress me out when I realize I cannot possibly read them all. There are days that my friends and I spend after school just looking at the new bookshelves to see how we can read them without going over our checkout maximums. The library is all of these things, and it also supplies us with incredible opportunities through our book club. I tried to nail down exactly why we all love book club so much, so I asked around. The unanimous conclusion was that, quite simply, it connects us. It gives us a space to hang out with friends or find new ones, as well as giving us a book we might not have been able to read otherwise. Getting our own copy of what we're reading is such a huge benefit to our club because it encourages more people to actually read the book, gets more people to join our club, and allows us to read how we want to, whether that's annotating every other line, cracking open the spine, or keeping it in perfect condition for our home libraries. Book club lets me enjoy time with a group of incredibly cool people and think about books in ways I hadn't ever considered when reading alone. Not only that, but we got to meet the amazing author Neil Shusterman at our author visit in November. His presentation was eye-opening to everyone who saw it. I, as an aspiring writer, took a lot of what he said as personal advice, and some of my friends who don't read very often at all suddenly found themselves fighting for a copy of Scythe. Everyone I know left having gained something. So, I speak for myself and all of my friends when I say that we've all benefited so much from our library services. From individual book club books, to sequels being ordered when the cliffhanger is just that good, monthly meetings with incredible people, and a game-changing event with a best-selling author. I mean, the list goes on. So, I truly cannot express in full how grateful we are to enjoy these opportunities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now we'll have Andy come up, and then the next two speakers are Michael Wild and Melissa Wild.
Wow, this is a lot more nerve-wracking than I thought it was gonna be. I'm a talker. So, first of all, good night, everybody. Got a couple issues on staffing shortages. Overworked ESPs and a non-livable wage. These are all interrelated.
Those of you that deal with this quite frequently know what we're referring to. Results in burnout, stress, and decreased job satisfaction. I can't say it. I'm sorry. And quality of work. Additionally, staffing shortages lead to low quality education our students receive. Staffing shortages lead to increased workload for already overworked teachers because they are picking up the difference in which which negatively impact all of our students and the staff alike. Overworked employees can have serious consequences, including reduced teaching quality, increased absenteeism, and decreased employee engagement. Overworking employees can also lead to a decline in physical and mental health, which can result in increased healthcare costs for both the employees and the school district. Non-livable wage can contribute to financial insecurity, which can lead to stress and reduced job why can I not say that? Satisfaction, there we go. Okay, this unfortunately has already resulted in decreased employee retention and increased absenteeism. We see it all across the district, which has negative impacts on our student success, which at the end of the day is the bottom line. That's what we're all here for. I believe everybody can agree with that. School districts that prioritize the well-being and here we go again, satisfaction, there we go, of their employees are more likely to have better retention rates, higher student success, and stronger community bonds. To address these issues, our school district should consider investing in employee development and training, implementing policies that support work-life balance, and offering competitive compensation and benefit packages that reflect the value of the work employees are doing and provide a livable wage. Creating a better work environment for our ESPs and our teachers is imperative to our student success. If we do not have a better employee retention as well as the ability to hire qualified and passionate employees, our students will suffer. And I believe a lot of us here, especially teachers, can already see that. We are struggling drastically. It's in the classrooms, it's in the buildings, it's everywhere. With that, it is hard to have a good attitude at work when you're overworked and forced to work overtime. We do not have the staffing to fulfill what needs to be done during the day. We have rentals nonstop and we're being forced to work, not necessarily forced, but we have to work a lot of hours, and it is unacceptable, in my opinion, to be working 50, 60 hours a week at a wage that we are working part-time jobs as well to make ends meet. That's all I got. Thanks, guys.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next we have Michael Wild, then Melissa Wild.
Good evening. My name is Mike Wild. I'm the parent of a fourth grader at Willow Springs Elementary in the ACC program. Her name is Madeline Wild. She's sitting right there. I was born and raised in Utah. And when Maddie was 4, we got her autism diagnosis and had to move out of state to get her therapy that we thought she needed for her diagnosis. When we got the therapy worked out, we decided we were going to come back to Utah for the sole reason that we wanted her to have a network of individuals that understood, knew, and loved her. And I've researched that for hours and hours. That is probably the most important thing for these autistic kids, is that they can have someone who knows them, that has their experience, and that will advocate for them. Those social networks are so important for these kids. When we came back, we looked at anywhere in the valley because my work was flexible. And so we checked out all the school districts and almost immediately narrowed it down to Canyons District and no one else, because we thought this was where we could get her the best services. Within Canyons, we looked at all the different schools and we narrowed it down to Willow Springs because we love Willow Springs. We love the teach, we love the program. And so we only bought a house in the Willow Springs boundary, and that's what we did. And Maddie has been doing great for the last 2 years since we've been here, and we are thrilled with the move. I'm here in opposition of the changes to the ACC program in the classrooms that are shortly to be presented by Mr. Edwilson. These changes, I invite you to look at page 4 of his spreadsheet.
And that is the one that has the percentage of the students at each southern cross street, more or less. And if you look at that, it says that all of the students live above 126 South that are in the ACC program, right? Obviously not true, right? There's one right there that lives below 126 South. So I'm not sure what these numbers are from or if they're even accurate. Even assuming they're accurate, these numbers show that there's at least 15% of the students that live below 114 South that are in the ACC program. Under the new proposal that are being set forth by Mr. Edelson, both with Indian Hills and also with Willow Spring, that number will go to 0. 0 elementary schools below 114, 0 middle schools with ACC programs below 114. So what does that mean for our poor ACC kids? That means they will be shipped to Sandy Elementary, where they don't know anyone in the class. Once they get the seeds of friendship and knowledge and that network, they will be shipped off to Butler. That is not a feeder school between Sandy and Butler, where they will have to start that process all over again. Once they get the seedlings of that set forth, they're going to be shipped off to Corner Canyon, where they have, again, no history, no network, and nobody loves them. This is devastating for kids. This is the single thing that we can do for these kids, is to give them a network. And this program disadvantages them in the exact way we should be supporting them.
Thank you. Melissa Wild.
Good evening. I am, you may guess, married to him. So we are tag teaming here. We believe that this proposal to close the ACC program at Willow Springs is not only disappointing to us personally, but also fails to look at the long-term impact of our students, our ACC students in our district. According to the spreadsheet, the proposal to move these children to Sandy Elementary is largely logistical, makes sense with the spacing and the number of ACC kids that are nearby. However, it does not take into thought the impact of the current students. I believe the goal here is to provide a clear path for children from grades K through 12 who are in the ACC program. And we applaud and support that goal. However, in making this goal, a lot of the children who are currently in the ACC program are casualties. They are not getting their needs met, and this is going to be very difficult for their development. Shipping them so far away from their communities, I mean, one of the tenets of Canyon School District is community engagement. It's right there behind you on the wall. How can these children be a part of their communities if they are not even allowed to go to school in them? How can their children, their neighbors, and their friends who are in their schools locally know that they are a part of the communities if they aren't allowed to go to school with them? These children deserve better. And I have, you can see, I have children that I want to be in the same school. One's neurotypical and one's not. I believe they deserve that. And I believe there are so many other kids who are in this same boat and deserve better too. I have a neighbor who has a daughter with the same diagnosis who just graduated from Corner Canyon High School a year and a half ago. She was in Canyon School District her entire education. And in grades K through 5 alone, she was bounced through 4 schools. These children, not just bouncing schools, this is a difficult thing for any child. But these children have specific challenges. Just learning the outline of a building is a big deal to these kids. Learning who their peers are, who they can trust, who's going to sit next to them, these are huge things for any child, and magnified times 100 for children with special needs. So I invite you tonight to look at this rather than as a problem, as an opportunity. We have with us people. Nate Edwilson, I believe his heart is in the right place. I've spoken at length with him and Matt Watts, and they want the best for our kids and are working to do that. But they need more support from you. They need from you to have support, funding. They need staffing. They need a lot more than I have time to talk about. So I urge you to look at this as an opportunity to have Canyon School District lead the state in showing how inclusion could be. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lisa Niederhauser and then Courtney Vimianakas. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to come and correct me. Sorry about that.
Hey, everybody. I am Lisa Niederhauser. I live near Willow Canyon Elementary, and I have two children, one that's currently attending and one that will be coming in next year. I have a couple things. One of them is I just wanted to say thank you to you guys, and to Brian McGill back there, for putting together Thrive Time. It's a new social emotional curriculum, and I flipped through it and I just feel like it's going to be really great. So thank you so much. I sat in on today's board meeting, and then I sat in on one a couple weeks ago, and I just kind of have a quick question for you guys. I'm curious about what the roles of each of the board members. I understand that you guys are each elected by your constituents, and I'm curious if there's only an obligation to the people who voted you in, your local constituents, or if there's an obligation for you guys to kind of represent the district needs at large, or if you are solely representing your specific school singularly. If so, I'm curious if there is a role that helps advocate for needs in the at-large position to help view the needs of the district in a larger scope, regardless of who has the squeakiest constituents, so to speak. I'm looking forward to understanding more about your roles within the district from your feedback.
Okay, thank you. Courtney.
Hi, I'm Courtney Vamianakis, and you'll get used to saying it eventually. I am here in support of our libraries and our books, and I was recently informed, or just kind of heard through the grapevine, that a bunch of books were being moved out of the elementary school and being moved into the middle school libraries, based on age appropriateness. And in reviewing your policies and procedures online, I know that free speech and providing strong materials to our children is paramount for all of you. I know that everyone feels that. However, I do feel also, before that, I was here maybe 2 months ago, 3 months ago, when the deselection decision tree was presented to the entire board. And it was a commendable effort that the general counsel took on to establish that decision tree. I thought, as a parent, it made a lot of sense. I felt that whether you support books being moved or not, I think it's important to have a clear decision outlined and process. And I do think you guys have that. However, I feel that age appropriateness is being used as a loophole around that decision tree. And we all know that professionals, not parents, establish age appropriateness for thousands of books that are created every year. And those also are just suggestions. They are not hard and fast. We all know that kids mature at different levels. And I heard that maybe if a protagonist is in middle school, then perhaps that's a middle school book. But, that would just eliminate so many things, like Anne of Green Gables not being appropriate for elementary, or things like that. So I hope that age appropriateness can actually be moved into a similar deselection decision tree where it can be documented and transparent before just a whole slew of books are moved and somebody says, those are causing trouble in our elementary school, we're going to get them out. I feel like as parents, we all deserve the information about what's being taken out of our schools. Again, I love the decision tree, and thank you for you guys' time.
Okay, thank you. Did Katie ever join us? No. Okay. So the patron comment portion has now ended, and we will move forward with the rest of the agenda. Thank you, everyone who is here. We appreciate employees, and we appreciate parents and patrons coming to speak to us. So the next item on the agenda is our consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? And please read all the items.
I will make that motion. I move that we approve item 7A, approval of minutes from February 21st, 2023 board meeting. Item 7B, approval of hire and termination reports. Item 7C, approval of purchasing bids. Item 7D, approval of student overnight travel. Item 7E, approval of administrative appointments. Item 7F, approval of school community council updates.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a motion? Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing no discussion, I will call for a vote. All in favor of the consent agenda motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. So the next item on the agenda is item A, Special Education Full Day Kindergarten Initiative. Nate Edvilson, Director of Special Education.
Thank you, President Schill, for the opportunity to discuss some exciting news in regards to some of our improved services that we will be able to provide our students who are moving from preschool into our kindergarten program. I do want to make a correction. I apologize, Ms. Wild is correct. I did make an error, and I will get there more explanation on our statistics. I did make a typo, and I apologize for that. I'll clarify that when I get there. The reason kind of some of these changes came about was because of our desire as we got into our new administrative team. We were looking at some of our programs in the early years and trying to figure out ways that we could improve our services to the community and to our patrons. And one thing we noticed is we traditionally have offered half-day services for our students who are in, we call special class placements. We wanted to, especially in light of legislation that was being discussed and things, we wanted to make sure that we were providing a good program for students to make progress and impact. And so we began discussions about what we could do to make that work. Looking at our impact, next slide. Thank you. There it is. Ooh. We wanted to look again at the impact of early intervention. I'm a very big proponent of the earlier intervention we can do, the more of an impact it will have. We all know clearly the literature that supports that, and of course, I think the actions of our state legislature proves that that's something that is definitely impactful. And so we wanted to. The benefit of doing this will give us more opportunity to address kindergarten core with more repetition and depth. It will also give us additional time that I think will be extremely beneficial for our students to develop essential school skills, things such as sitting, being attentive, appropriate interactions that we continue to work with through early childhood and on up. And so that's why we worked on the dissolution of diagnostic kindergarten, and with working with leadership, adding 1 FTE to create 15 ACC placements, previously 11. We're also working on trying to consistently tackle our numbers, our growing numbers, as we are seeing more and more students meeting the qualifications for these programs, especially after I think our COVID impact, and as we're trying to tease that out and work with families. We are also, well before I even became director of special education, I was aware of Patron comments and frustrations about our transition experience early on. We would go from a preschool experience to a diagnostic kindergarten experience, then to a class placement if that was appropriate. creating 3 transitions in the first 2 or 3 years for a student, which, as we all know, is a significant amount. So our hope was to be able to use this new initiative to also create consistent pathways for our students to be able to come in. We're always cognizant of student changes. Teams work with parents and students all the time if we do need changes, but for the most part, trying to create that consistent K-5 experience where once a student is able to be integrated into a program, they would stay there for those elementary years. So that was our hope to do that, recognizing that we don't have the ability to have special classes at every school. We tried to prioritize those experiences, but making sure we had 3 classrooms in each school to do that. So we can have a K1, 2, 3, 4, 5 configuration. To make the correction, I do apologize. On the bottom where it does say north of 126, I can see why that's confusing, and that's totally my fault. What I want to point out on the right side is 85% of our ACC eligible students are north of 114. The 15% are from bottom of our district up. So that is misleading, and I apologize to Mr. Weil for that mistake. So why our thoughts about Sandy Elementary particularly is because in that upper quadrant, if you look at 9400 South and east or west, I apologize, west of 1300 East, you see that 40% of our ACC eligible students are in that quadrant. We really wanted to also create opportunities for students, a significant amount of students at the Sandy Elementary Boundary School to be at their boundary school receiving Title I services. We're trying some new things to try to help improve the results and the continuity of our students. So that's part of the reason why we made those changes. We're always trying to figure out ways that we can improve that process. But as you can see, that the vast majority of those are up there above 114 South. So that did spark that part of our conversation. Along with that, other federal monies and programs that students benefit from, such as I said, Title I's are coming out. 39% of our students are coming out of those schools. And so again, by being able to make those programs available in their schools or close to their boundary schools or like schools, we're able to offer those community programs that are after school that students have traditionally not been able to access. And so we wanted to make sure that we were able to do that as well, to have that impact. As an additional note, I know I wanted to clarify this as well. Because we are trying to get more students aligned with boundary schools, moving up through progression, and we do have less schools in the secondary setting, so it is a little easier to do that. We have 2 special class placements at Indian Hills, 2 accommodated cores. We are dissolving one, but we're keeping one intact, or we're proposing to do that because we have the numbers just aren't sufficient to maintain 2. And we are thinking about Butler Middle School as an opportunity that would give us 6 out of 8 middle schools that have ACC class placements, which means the majority of our students would be able to go to their boundary school starting in the secondary setting. We felt like that was a good move in the right direction too. Again, it's hard to get all schools, but we thought 6 out of 8 is an improvement from where we've been. And so we wanted to be able, so in answer to the question, a student going different places in the elementary, our goal would be then to get them back closer to their boundary schools. So students in that southern quarter would be available to go to Indian Hills still. That would be the goal. So, to make that available to them. And then from there, Alta and Corner Canyon, all of our high schools actually have special class placements, both ACC and ECC. And so for the vast majority, barring any individual circumstances, we try to place all their students in their boundary school and high school by the time we get there. That's kind of the rationale behind some of the changes. It really is an implementation of our full-day kindergarten program that we're trying to provide for our patrons to help create impact earlier in a student's trajectory so that we can hopefully, the goal is always to move them to less restrictive settings. So we always like to get them to move. The more we do it at the beginning, the easier it is for us to make that movement sooner. So. Last comments, as with many choices to support students, this came with many positives. And of course, there are some negative outcomes as well. We always work to mitigate those negative outcomes. to the best of our ability. We recognize the rich community that has been built by faculty, staff, parents, and students, and we certainly don't want to detract from the amazing richness of this accomplishment. We also recognize that all the many factors necessitate a revision of where other we offer district programs there will always be in each community of vast diversity and abilities to be honored and celebrated. We did have several parent meetings and individual phone calls in an attempt to figure out what we can do to help mitigate some of the circumstances. They're still working with families on those impacts. That's kind of where we're at to this point. Is there any questions I can answer?
Okay, board, do you have questions? I see Mrs. Nybar has her hand up, so go ahead.
First off, I want to thank you. We've had many phone calls. We've met. I really appreciate it. I've heard from a lot of families that are impacted by this decision. I want to take just a moment to thank the Wild family for coming. Thank you. Your presentation was wonderful, and your sweet daughter, and you matter to us. So thank you for being here. And I know that we are committed in trying to figure out the best solutions for these kids who've been so impacted. In our meetings and our discussions, Nate and I have talked a lot about how important these kids are to us, and that he's very willing to look at individual situations and try to find the most successful outcome. We've talked about how kids in elementary school need stability, they need familiarity, and then these compromised students need it even more. And we've also talked about the ties with their community. I was at a jogathon at Willow Springs this fall, and we had some ACC kids that were feeling overwhelmed and stopped running. And other kids that had already finished the race called out their names, ran over and ran with them. And it was a really beautiful experience, and probably the most impactful and meaningful experience for a lot of those kids in their whole elementary school career. Kids in other classes and the ACC. It was really beautiful. So it's a neat thing to have these classes and these interactions and this inclusivity. And it's just really a benefit and a blessing to whatever community houses them. A couple of questions I had. In all of our talks, I had not realized what the Wilds brought up, that we've got some messy feeder patterns. So that slide about the middle schools. So can you go over? I know we don't have an ACC class at Draper Park.
Right.
We don't, will not, or will have at Indian Hills.
We will have. at
We
least
will have.
one. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And then what about at the other middle schools? We will at Butler.
That's the hope.
Okay. What about Mount Jordan?
We don't at Mount Jordan. We did add last year, we added another ECC there because of our burgeoning ECC population, extended or essential elements core population. And we chose between the two in consulting with a variety of stakeholders. We chose to put another ACC at Midvale because again, the population is so burgeoning that we wanted to make sure that we had ample numbers and capacity.
Okay.
That was last year.
Okay. The reason why I was asking about Mount Jordan, because as I understand it, it looks like maybe there's a pretty good percentage of kids that might be in that quadrant that Mount Jordan would be their boundary school.
Yeah, that's true.
For middle school. My largest concern is that we can provide as most stability as possible for these kids with clean feeder patterns, allowing them to go to the schools that are within their boundaries. If we can allow them to be able to go with their siblings, that's amazing. That family support. I know, and I'm not trying to oversimplify, I know we have all of these constraints with budget, the number of staff that are available and trained to do these things. But I really feel that when we're looking at middle school and high school and following these kids down their educational path, that we need to really look at this at a long range planning committee. We're hiring that demographic team. It makes sense to concentrate the kids at Sandy Elementary. If you're saying, hey, we're helping them, we're getting them in their boundary. But then if Mount Jordan's their middle and then they're not even going to go there, they're going to go to Butler. Now my concerns have all resurfaced again as far as what can we do best for these kids? So what do you think that way?
Yeah, and we'll continue to, what we're hoping to do is we will continue to, as things roll forward, try to continue to realign by catchment by that feeder area. Students at Sandy, I mean, given just a guess and an inkling, they would end up most likely at Midvale for those services because that's the closest middle school rather than at the Butler all the way to Butler.
Yeah, I would love to talk more about that. As far as that family that's here, I don't know what grade your daughter's in. What grade is your daughter in? Fourth. Okay. As we talked about, a lot of the parents that are most concerned have kids that are going into fourth or fifth grade. And I think in our last meeting, I was under the understanding that there were just two families that were really concerned. And then now we've got this family as well. Are there things we can look at as far as being creative with keeping these kids so that they're not pulled one more time before they go to middle, especially the middle will be a transition?
Yeah, we spoke with every family,
Uh-huh.
and then I followed up with a couple of specific families to get
Yeah.
a little more information. We are doing individual work with some families to like I said, mitigate as many of the negative outcomes we can. There was actually 5 families that were very interested in some option, but when it came down to it with what was available, the fact that our teachers were wanting to be at Sandy.
Right, the two teachers
so having
moving
a
to
new
Sandy.
teacher there, new staff. I think most parents just felt like if of the two things they needed to choose from, they would prefer the teacher consistency. So that was the majority of our conversations. And then we're working with individual families to see if we can come up with something creative. We want to try to do the best we can to mitigate everything, certainly.
Great. I really, really appreciate all your work on this. I know you've spent countless hours and I know that you're really interested in helping each individual. And I just would love to see that we provide some solutions for families, the Wild family and those other families where these kids have already been moved 2 to 3 times and they only have a year or 2 left of elementary school.
And just as a comment from me, I mean, you can't, as a director of special education, want anything less than a community who's fiercely advocating for the students. I mean, that's awesome. We love that. And I again, we want to mitigate those negative outcomes, but we really appreciate the community and their parent support for their students.
Great.
that are seeking-
Well, you have a tough job. I know you're working under a lot of constraints and I know those teachers want to move to Sandy and so appreciate you looking at how to best transition those kids in the upper grades and whatever communities end up with those ACC classes, it's just a real benefit. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Pedersen.
I just have a quick question. I just need to know, do these students have busing requirements, or are the parents the ones that have to move them from their local school to the
So
new assignment?
thank you for that question. Anytime that we require a student to move outside of their boundary, we provide that transportation. As we look, in fact, I was just doing some training on this today with our staff. As we look, when students are in boundary school, we look at those individual cases and IEP teams, but we make transportation available for that reason, because we are, as part of that programming, they're going outside of their boundary school.
Was that part of your decision making? Because with us looking at tight budgets, running a bus for a student or maybe 4 students could be quite costly. So I just wanted to know if that was also a factor in the decision making.
For sure. I anticipate with a variety of things that we're looking at and some of our initiatives that we'll see some significant reduction in our operational costs. Again, when you 85% of our students are above that line, you're bringing them back closer. Routing is going to be significantly changed and shortened.
And then long term, that may change anyway. You know what I mean? The ones that are going now may grow out of the local schools. So
for sure.
So that's a interesting concept. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Tingy.
Thank you so much for looking at this. I know this is it's a really big and complex issue, and as has been mentioned, a lot of constraints and a lot of things to consider. And especially in the environment where it's difficult to find enough faculty and staff. But I really think your idea of finding space where you can have 3 classrooms so that you can have a student start kindergarten in the school and finish their elementary years in the same building, I think really is a very insightful, and it's a really good goal that will alleviate a lot of this
transition issues that were, there's always trouble when there's transition. There's always a challenge and, but I appreciate that you're willing to work out some of those details to the best that you can. But, I applaud keeping that vision out in front and keeping it forward. I think it was mentioned that maybe long range planning, but I think this is a access and opportunity matter that, I would suggest that maybe this be kept on that committee's agenda for a while until we get it, kind of sorted out and have a good plan in place. And then that committee can report to the board on some of these questions that have been raised.
I would welcome that. And thank you for that. And to speak to that, we've had a couple of our meetings we do every year where we talk with our students moving in from early childhood and from our diagnostic kindergarten. And we had a lot of great feedback on changing this configuration so that reduction in movement. So that was a good positive thing. I know that, again, I know that we're talking about some negatives that come with it, but we did have a lot of good patron feedback on that. We've had multiple students go through that program before and are very excited about the fact that there is that consistency that will be coming up next season.
Okay, any other comments, board? This is Nyla.
Sorry, just one. That does make a lot of sense to have it at access and opportunity, but I think it might be good to have updates at long range because whenever we're moving programs out of buildings like C-Tech or things like that, that comes into play with long range also. And long range also is the ones that determine feeder patterns and things like that. So some of these concerns that parents will have, I feel like it needs to be part of that discussion as well, because that's the broader picture. It is for sure an access and opportunity, but the broader picture of what we're doing with feeder patterns and moving programs in and out of buildings, it makes sense to have some forward thinking and the long-term vision that way too, would be my thought.
Okay, this is Teeny.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you. I think, along those lines, I think if the access and opportunity committee kind of does the legwork and the deep dive and then reports to the board or the long range planning, if looking at, like you said, feeder systems and boundaries. And that, that's the beautiful thing about these committees is there is just enough overlap that hopefully we don't create any gaps that things fall through. So
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I think those are good suggestions from our board members. So we really appreciate you, Nate, and thanks for staying late and thank you for your presentation and your work.
Thanks for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Okay, we're going to go on to our next item, and that is the strategic plan focus group on operating systems. And that is Leon Wilcox, our business administrator, will present.
Thank you, President Schill. As we go through each of the four subcommittees of the strategic plan, tonight we'll be doing our operating systems. I believe next meeting will be Wendy and her team on access and opportunity. So again, want to thank the board members who serve, Mrs. Tingy, Mr. Millerberg, and Mrs. Oaks. And then everybody else who's on the committee as well. So go through this fairly quickly due to the time constraints, but if you have any questions, we can hit those. Big shout out to Kirsten on these first couple slides here. It's her idea to roll out years of service pin. So we'll give a lanyard and years of service. You can see the pins and the designs there. So we've got the first batch ready to go, I believe. A big thank you to her. We are starting a pool who will get the first 50-year pin. So won't be me. Next up is, but again, I think that's a great thing to try to recognize our employees, especially with their dedication staying here. Next year, several years back, well, not several, a few years back, the legislature allowed advertising on buses with certain constraints. And as we talked about this, again, Kirsten did the legwork on this.
you know, our buses drive almost 800,000 miles on just two and from routes every year. That's to the moon and back a few times. You can see there. And then you throw in all the field trips and athletic events, other activities, lots of exposure in our community. So we'd like to start with advertising on buses, really not necessarily to generate revenue, but just, you know, put some of the things that we do out there, you know, make it more advertised better in our community, some of the programs and other areas that, you know, Canyon School District can offer. We're still looking at the pricing structure, the life of the ads. Here's a couple samples here. I will not make any comment on the cookie wars going on out there, but you know, we're seeing local companies buy advertising space on the buses. Again, this would be the king, what we call the king version. That's about as big as they can be right there. They, you know, can't cover any windows or anything like that. Or another type of advertising on there as well. One of the big things that we're always focused on is employee recruitment and retention. You can see the retirements that we've had or resignations. You know, this year, the number of licensed employees is kind of typical for this time of year. It's just most of them, we've just had quite a few quit during the year, and that's about 40-ish, which is always a big disturbing. We know we're going to have 150-ish every year turnover or more, but it's during the year, you know, that interrupts the classroom, the kids. And so that's a big concern for us. How do we keep employees there in the, you know, the classroom continuing on? So we're continuing to dive into that. Big thank you to Steve spearheading our work with that. Again, with the teachers shortage nationwide, you can see everywhere that Steve's team recruits. I intentionally put USU there first. I'll leave it at that. But go Aggies, yes. But every college in the state, all of them turn out great candidates for us. Out of state, you know, obviously we've gone to Iowa State for several years, got some great teachers out of there. And, you know, we're nationally moving, you know, the Alabama area has been working out well. So moving there as well. So anywhere we can get great people to come here, we're doing that. One of the things that we want to focus on is, you know, we put this big article on board docs for you to review or the public to review. 5 shifts to address the educator shortage. I like to focus on number 4, you know, strengthen educator sense of purpose, belonging, and connection. We hope you know, that goes into the PLCs, the connection that everybody has with the school. All 5 very valid, but as we research those, all very valid to see how we can bring those into our communities and into our schools. Again, to address that teacher shortage, to get them to stay, because we need them to stay. Big thank you to Jeff. If you remember, the board has commissioned this committee to work on what we call a stop time survey. Again, it would not be for next school year, but would survey the community now to decide if we are interested in pursuing a more in-depth EduLog. They're a routing software, routing, you know, to change the start times. We don't want to go down that road if we don't think there's interest there. So again, you can see Jeff, he's put together, I think has done a great job putting together just a draft is all that's on board docs for you to review. We'll maybe come back to that here in just a second if you have any questions. But again, big thank you. We'd like to get that sent out here within the next month, but maybe by spring break if we could. Spring break if we could. Maybe I'll have him come up just at the end here, just give you a quick overview of that. The next thing that we're working on is we continue to move forward. ESP, we talked about that last time, ESP satisfaction survey. We want to work on that again. Steve and Jeff and Kirsten will be all working together on that. Parent Square, we intend to keep using that, but have a brief update with that. Moving forward, kindergarten teachers, making sure we have, you know, a full day going. You know, we're going to need about was it 15 or so new kindergarten teachers to fill those positions. School fees, forget about that in the later agenda item. Enrollment issues. Also, one I did not put up there would be Skyward. Skyward is changing, going to what they call a cumulative system. It's a whole new look. They'll be giving us a demo here later this month on how that looks. It's been rolled out in a couple states already, I believe in Texas and I believe in Florida. So as we look to see how that will look and how that can help us moving forward, that will be a big thing for this committee. So with that, is there any questions outside the bus survey that you may have or that the committee's working on?
Mrs. Teeny?
Sorry, just kind of a quick comment on that advertising for the buses. I think we're seeking any input or feedback on that one as well.
Mrs. Nyborg?
When does that advertising, when would that begin? And
Well, I think we don't have a time frame, but we can get it out here fairly soon.
We'll probably need the springtime to just generate the ads sales and then the summer to actually place the ads on the buses, since that's when we'll have the most time, because it will take some time to get those ads.
and then any
So-
businesses can pay for that. We'll generate, and then the proceeds of that are going into which fund?
So they'll be done through the Canyons Education Foundation, but again, the idea isn't to raise money, but it's to help sponsor a lot of the messages that we want to get out into the community, right? As a way of sort of, using our taxpayer dollars judiciously, while also using any and all available means to communicate with our communities.
Awesome. Okay, and last question, Leon, you said you put USU first for a reason. Did you put BYU last for a reason?
Oh, did I do that?
Those of us BYU alumni up here, which I think is quite a few of us, did notice it was last.
Well done, Leon. Well done.
Okay,
I did not notice that.
I have a
You need to know your
Okay,
board.
that's a little too sarcastic. Okay, I do have a question just along those same lines. So first, we're gonna advertise for ourselves, like, hey, it's full day kindergarten, or we need teachers, or we need bus drivers, right? And then we'll later open it to businesses, or just kind of, I'm kind of unclear on that.
Great question. So to clarify, we could actually start doing some of the ads a little earlier, right? Sending out some of the messages and then help pay for those, right? With some of the proceeds that we raise through ad sales. So we think this is really a great way to get our messaging out, whether it has to do with enrolling in kindergarten or the great, our top ranked schools, maybe school safety messages, back to school messages, while at the same time giving our, business partners an opportunity to sort of, be allied with our schools and our brand.
Okay, great.
I often drive on the freeway, in the work. And I see there's a big billboard that says Teacher of the Month, so and so. And I think that's what, sponsored by, I think it's a law firm that actually sponsored it. Such and such law firm recognizes Mrs. Jones as Teacher of the Month. I think that's also what we're looking at as well, is engaging our business partners, in banner sales or ad space to recognize some of our program, some of our employees, some of that type of stuff as well. So
Okay, great. So board, are we all okay with that? Is anyone not okay with that? Okay, then Mr. Millerberg has a question.
I know at our committee meeting, we talked about it a little bit, but nothing's really come out as far as what the price structure will be on those ads.
Yeah,
Do you have any idea where that's going?
Yeah, that's one thing we haven't solved. So maybe we can bring back, send out an update or something at our next update in a couple months. We'll hopefully have something in place by then.
Okay, that sounds good. Anything else, board? Okay,
Do
great.
you have any questions on this survey?
Oh, now the survey, yes.
Short and sweet. Do you have any
Oh, do you have any questions? That survey has been placed on board docs, a draft of it. We made the edits as suggested during our subcommittee meeting. And like Mr. Wilcox suggested, we can put this into the field before spring recess. We typically have it in the field for a complete week. And during that time, we do reminders for our families to complete that survey. So we have a really good look at what our folks would like us to do, given the suggestions we've received by some members of the community to consider those bell schedules.
Okay, board, are there any comments?
Just a quick comment.
Mrs. Pedersen.
I like that it's short, and then I think it's really nice that we have the open-ended addition where they can make comments because they may have something in mind that we haven't really thought of or considered. I like that we're looking at those options. If you don't ask, you don't know. So I appreciate the work that's been put into this, and it'll be interesting to see what our community would support.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Okay, then I do have it might just be a typo. Oh, just one sec. It's the second sentence, and I don't know if it's a typo or it's how you guys want it. It says, please submit your responses to the children who attended. Isn't it for the children?
Yes.
Not to the
Yes.
children? Okay. I didn't notice
Thank
that
you.
one thing. Okay, Mr. Milliberg?
Yeah, looking at the schedule. You have the current high school and you have the current elementary schedules listed on the survey. And my big concern is people, really like to have their kids get up and go to school later. And with the proposals, I'd certainly like to see what dismissal time looks like. I was wondering if proposed start and dismissal time could be put on the survey as well, so people are they there? Where am I missing? Okay,
So
elementary start time
So
varies from 8:15 to 9. Afternoon is between 2:50 and 3:35. But that tells me what they are now, right?
And then on number 2, it says elementary schools would need to start approximately between 7:30 and 8.
I didn't read that as clear that they would switch places.
I think it's confusing too.
Because I would love to have the high school tell me that if you're starting at 8:15, school now gets out at whatever time that is, so that I don't have to do the math. And if my elementary school starts at 7:35, my elementary student will be out of school at this time. So I look at it and say, oh my gosh, do I want my kid home, my elementary student home alone for that period of time before somebody else is there? And, oh, by the way, their secondary siblings are coming home much later as well.
yes.
Okay, I don't know who was first. Sorry, Mrs. Teeny, then Mrs. Nymer.
Yeah, so I think to that point, we can just take what you have prior to question 1 and then just place it again by question 2 with the reverse because it's the same timeframes.
My thinking too. Thanks, Nancy.
Okay, Mrs. Nymer.
So if I'm taking this survey, to me, it feels like in question 2, we say, would you like different start times? Because it's gonna kind of suck for elementary school is how I see it. So then I don't see that there's any benefit whatsoever to changing it. So I'm just gonna say strongly agree because I don't know what the benefit is. I feel like the way it's written is, do you want to change? Because the bad part about the change is elementary would start earlier, but we don't hear, well, is there anything good about the change? Because this initiative, I think, was talking about the concern for having middle and high school kids be able to start a little later in the day, right? But we're not really explaining that in number 2. We're just saying, hey, the start and dismissal schedules at Canyon School District high schools could be changed to accommodate later start and release times with the understanding that because of transportation logistics, elementary schools would need to start approximately between 7:30 and 8 and release before secondary schools. So we're not really giving specifics about what would be the good news for middle and high,
Right.
only the specific.
Our response here would be that the aim here that we were asked to do is to gauge input from the community on whether or not there would be interest in us moving forward with an in-depth study. And there's no pro or con in that statement. It's just letting them know that if we do flip-flop the start times of elementary schools and high schools, they would need to know that the elementary schools would need to start approximately between 7:30 and 8 a.m. and release before the secondary schools. That's fact. So there's no pro or con statement associated with that. It's simply gauging interest if we want to go further based on reality of how the busing would have to work and what the start and end times of the schools would have to be.
Yeah, I think because one of the things we talked about was the in-depth study. And right now our elementary schools range quite a bit, right? Some start at like 8:15, some start at 9. And so
It
We're
does
not-
range between 8:15 and 9 o'clock.
right, but we're not illustrating what any possibilities would be for high school start times or middle school start times. We're only illustrating what would be the negative impact of elementary school. So although it's not a pro or con statement, we're saying specifically this is what would happen to elementary, but we're not saying what. Does that make sense what I'm saying? I just think taking this survey, I can't imagine anyone would say anything besides, okay, just leave it the same because we don't. Does that make sense? There's no specifics.
I do
Unless you
understand what you're
ask.
saying, but then it's gonna introduce bias, and we need to know if the elementary parents are okay, because that's a huge change.
But we don't know what we're buying. We don't know, or if they're starting at 7:30 and 8 in elementary school, we don't know, well, what does that mean for the high school and middle school? Are they gonna start 15 minutes later? Because I don't want to do that. We're not, do you know what I mean? We're not saying what could be possible.
There you are. You're just gonna switch the two. I think we
Anyway,
just
But
need to
that
word it.
statement's not
careful.
in there.
No,
That's the
but we
thing.
need to clarify it. I think we also need to say the intent. Why are we asking? That's not really clear in here.
And it can be clear that we're flip-flopping them.
That, yeah, make it very
Yes.
obvious.
I'm sorry, Mr. Etta wanted to
This
speak,
copy
and
is
we're all
not
speaking before he.
obvious.
Sorry.
I appreciate first off, the length of the survey. And then I also appreciate the board's conversation around it. And I just want to caution all of us that we're kind of at a limit as to how much people are going to read. And if we introduce too much more, then they're going to stop reading and they're not going to take it. So when I look at these surveys, I think, how far into it am I going to go before I stop and ignore the whole thing? And so that's really key to get max participation, is that we can't be too wordy in our instructions and we can't have too many questions, because then we will just get no participation.
Okay,
Okay,
thank
we have
you.
a lot of feedback. Is there anything else you would like us
Yeah,
to do? President?
any other comments or feedback?
We have some time to circulate another draft to our subcommittee. And
Okay.
this is great feedback. This will be the third or fourth version. And every time I feel like it gets closer to what we need.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Leon and Jeff. Okay, let's go on to our next item on the agenda, and it is Portrait of a Scholar, and Dr. Bob Dowdle, Assistant Superintendent, will present that. And this is a second reading, possible action.
So the High Quality Learning Committee has been hard at work working on the Portrait of a Canyon Scholar document for your review. I'd like to just remind you who's on that committee. President Schill, we have Amanda Oakes, Holly Nybar, also McKay Robinson, Cindy Hansen, Alice Peck, and Superintendent Robbins. Did I mention Amber Roderick Landberg?
No.
Well, she's on there too.
Now you have.
So we took all of the input from the last reading and incorporated it. And then today there were a few more modifications. I feel a little bit bad for Jeff Olson, who was asked to redo the graphics with 30 minutes. That's a total rebuild for both of them. There's a little bit more work to be done on it, but I think you can see what has happened here. There was a little bit of reduction of verbiage on today's version, and the insertion of canyons into Portrait of a Scholar, which we're proud of. I'm not going to go into that topic too much here, but thank you very much. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, but I believe had a chance to read them.
So will you kind of explain what our committee, how we changed it? Because I'm not sure if all board members saw it since we changed it at like 3 o'clock today. We had a meeting at 1 and we changed it at
Yes,
about
we
3.
did. So there were
Yeah.
a couple of our competencies on there had fairly long descriptors associated with them. And the attitude in the committee was, since this is really intended for student consumption first and foremost, that a little briefer description of the competencies would probably go a long way with our kids to help them understand what this is about. We also talked about how we could use each of those competencies in the future in upcoming meetings to influence graduation focus and maybe even recognitions. So I think that what we have there maintains pretty much the ideas, the strength of the ideas behind the competencies, but gives the kids a little bit of a break so they don't have to try to consume quite as much when they're looking at it. Is that what you were hoping I would say, Amber, or something?
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to point out that the prior version had 6 core competencies, but what we did was put scholar. The scholar one, what was under it, is now just that beginning paragraph under scholar, because we felt like that was kind of repetitive. And so we thought fewer is better also, so 5, and then we explain what scholar is in that paragraph. And then the second graphic, the same thing, we just went from 4 to 5. So we really didn't lose, like, it's not like we redid the whole thing. Everything is still there. We just maybe took out a few words, and they will still be in the standards or in whatever curriculum we come up with.
Thank you for bringing up probably the biggest change of the day, which it's been several hours, so I forgot. I apologize. But we had a large descriptor right under Portrait of a Scholar originally, and that was removed, and we placed scholar up above with its descriptor, and then the reduction from 6 to 5 below.
Yeah, so
And-
that's the biggest.
And this is the final one. This has just the
This is-
5.
Pardon me?
This is the final.
And this is the final version.
Yeah.
And I
Right
will
here
say,
on-
we did this so late, so it's fine if the board wants to bring this back. Because you may want to study it some more, and you may have more.
And I believe
revision.
in this graphic, we're going to tilt it up so it has more of a keystone at the top. But I don't want to gripe about what Jeff did because he was a miracle worker in 30 minutes to get it here. So I'm very proud of his work.
Yes, Mrs. Nybar?
One other thing we did is we just eliminated a few words in the wheels that were a little repetitive so that it could be more succinct. Because I'm with Andrew as well, that people don't read everything. And so the shorter, the more impactful, because maybe they'll read it now. And then I also liked the 5 categories because we talked about how in the elementary school, we could have a campaign about high five and each fingers of the hand.
Okay, Mr. Edel.
This sounds kind of simple, but I love how scholar's not in there because it seemed kind of funny that one of the core competencies of being a scholar was being a scholar. But I
That's what we
loved what was in there, and on my own, I had no idea how to get rid of that. And so you guys have done a great job, and I love how this looks.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Mrs. Tingy?
I too, I think this is really an amazing improvement. I think that we're really getting here. As I kind of looked at it quickly before board meeting, haven't had the time really to absorb every word because documents like this, every word matters. And every word has a message in it. And so I look forward to studying it more. But even from the former version, one of the things that I got really excited about is, yeah, we can start with high school students and with graduation, but I would love to see this implemented at our kindergarten.
Right.
Welcome to kindergarten. Here's what we know you can be and you can aspire to, and we'll help you along the way. And every year, every grade level have programs in place to support students as they develop these traits and these competencies. I'm really excited for the potential this has, and I'm grateful that, yeah, let's put our name in there and let's own it. That these are Canyon scholars.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Milliberg.
Well, can I tell you how much I love the description of the resilient learner? And as Nancy said, starting in kindergarten with our kids coming through, sometimes I feel like our young people have a tendency to expect perfection in everything they do. And resilient learner specifically spells out that they are learning from mistakes. Mistakes are okay to make. And that's how you figure things out, is through mistakes. And I just really like that concept being part of the resilient learner.
Wonderful.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, board, do we want to take action, or do we want to bring this back for a third reading? Okay, no motion? Is there a motion?
I'm happy to move forward and make a motion. I'm excited about this. Are we ready?
I don't know, it keeps getting better if we bring him back one more time.
Well, yeah. I mean, what timing, what are you guys thinking? I mean,
Our next meeting's in a month. Right after spring break.
We've spent a lot of hours on this, and I agree with you, Nancy. Every word carries with it weight, and I think we've really thought so long and hard about it and then reduced it to the most impactful statements. So I'm ready to make a motion that we go ahead and adopt this portrait of a Canyon scholar.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Oh, and a second.
Doesn't matter.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay. Well, I will call for a vote. Sorry. I will call for a vote now. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, board. Oh, yes, Superintendent Robbins.
Just logistically and the scope of the work, we talked about this a little bit, and I think this is great, and it's been just awesome to see this unfold. Next steps after the next presentation with Wendy and access and opportunity, then that will be the first cycle of the 4 groups reporting the first time. And then at that point, my recommendation and thought would be that we pull the indicator subcommittee together with board members, bring all 4 of our focus area leads to that meeting. And it's been great to see all the ideas about, how we want to measure success, and whether it's formative or summative or quarterly, end of the year. And I think that will all come together in kind of leading up in relation to portrait of a Canyon scholar. So I would see that probably unfolding, maybe by May is getting that group together, maybe even a little earlier than that. But I think by that point, we could really lay out a plan for, formative reporting and summative or annual reporting on each of those focus areas along with the tenants. So it's super exciting to see. I mentioned to the group today, I mean, there's so much in this. I kind of think, to Nancy's point, really boiling it down and vetting what are the most prioritized goals in that will be important. It could get a little unwieldy as I'm listening to all the groups work if we get too many indicators involved. But I think this does give it time to continue to dialogue and look at the language and really flesh out what it is that you want to report on a more formative basis and as well as a summative basis. So thank you, Bob, for that. That was awesome.
Oh, Bob, will you just come back though and kind of talk, let the board know what we were thinking as next steps for this? Like that's a question. Now we just adopted it. Now what are we gonna do with that?
Yes, so we have indicators of growth that we need to work on is one part of it. And we'd had a discussion about the committee, well, the 2 pages from high quality learning and what indicators there, what priorities we actually have put into place, because if we're going to measure something, it needs to be something that we've actually adopted and put into place. And it's going to take a number of years to get all of those impact statements and things in motion. But we do have a number of them in place, like professional learning communities and things like that. So that's one thing that we can work on is the indicators. But on this, there's a lot of ways that we started dreaming about discussing that we could have conversations that start from K and go all the way up and are included in our diplomas. And so that work is early, and I don't have something I really want to present to you, but the idea of incorporating those 5 areas into diploma awarding, I think is pretty exciting direction to go, in addition to just the indicators to show that we are moving along and utilizing and helping our kids grow with the strategic plan.
Okay, thank you. That was perfect. Okay, next we'll go to district case management team, secondary proposal by Wendy Dow, Director of Federal and State Programs.
Well, aren't you guys so excited to talk about discipline at 9 o'clock at night? This is amazing. So we have already presented on district case management team once before, so I'll try to just keep this really short, just to review it, just give you an opportunity to ask any questions about what we're asking. Just a reminder that district case management team is a problem-solving committee. We look at discipline referrals that come from our schools for safe schools incidents. So these are things like assaults and gang-related activity, weapons, things like that, that are of that kind of serious nature. And then we determine as a committee what kind of supports that the student needs. So our current continuum that we have is we have 4 different ways in which students are referred into various different types of committees. So DCMT is one part of that. We have 3 other ways in which students can be referred through this continuum. And you'll see there we have 5 options of what those placements can be based on student need. The problem that we're having is that students who have really significant social and emotional needs and are very vulnerable are being placed often in those same settings that are students that have really high behavior needs. And we're just starting to find that it's very difficult to meet the needs of both those kinds of students in the same environment. So, and here's our DCMT referrals to date. You can see that we're getting more, we're seeing this increase in behavior that's happening. I think now with our meeting tomorrow, that case number will be over 100 cases that we're seeing district wide, and that would be actually 2nd grade all the way through 12th grade. We do have some DCMT referrals that are at the elementary level. So this is kind of how our current placements have gone. We would love to put more students into like youth academy or into a home and hospital kind of situation to give them a reset. We haven't always been able to do that because of just the dynamics of the students that are there and trying to make sure that we're keeping all students safe. And so what we're really requesting is funding for 4 FTEs so we could have a continuum of services specifically for district case management referrals. And so that would allow us to be able to place students in a separate type of youth academy at a home and hospital campus. Sometimes it might be in homebound instruction, like if they've gone through juvenile justice system and they're under house arrest or something like that, then we obviously can't have them in our schools. So we've calculated out that would be, I'm going to flip through these really quickly. That would be 4 FTE is what we would need to be able to fund that. So we would want to have a teacher for our youth academy. We would run a high school and a middle school, like one in the morning, one in the afternoon. That teacher would do both. We would have a full-time educational therapist to help support those students with their behavior needs. We would need to have a special education teacher that would also serve those home and hospital students as well as the youth academy students. And then a teacher that would serve just the homebound instruction students alone. And then we feel like with those individuals, we could serve all of the students that would come through district case management. And you'll see there we're funding that. It would be part of our district's annual budget process and just come out of our district funds there. So what questions do you have for me?
Okay, board, do we have questions? And this is second reading possible action. Mrs. Nybar?
Thank you for that presentation. It was lively and quick, and you described everything very well. Given our recent legislation where we're getting all this money for safe schools, could some of that legislative money be used for these FT? No. Nancy, tell us why.
Because what they're doing is one-time money, and you can't use one-time money to hire personnel. Yeah.
Dang it.
It should be noted that in the legislature, they did increase the at-risk funding.
Yes.
About 25 million statewide. That's about close. Will be about 1 million to us. So we'll use it for that.
We'll use those funds for this. Okay, great.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, Mrs. Pedersen?
Mine's not a question. I just want to state again how much I support, they already know. How much I support this particular program because we are really, as a board, looking for ways to make sure that all our students have an opportunity to be in classroom situations and have the potential to graduate. If we don't provide these opportunities for them to get back into the school setting in a controlled and structured environment with a ton of supports, we're going to lose those kids. And then anyway, we'll just lose those kids. And since I have personally benefited from having a granddaughter in the program on the mental health side, it's very difficult when they're both together. It really has been very stressful for her, which then makes it stressful for me. But anyway, no, I've seen going to peer court and some of those other situations, those students have really big needs. And I think this is the perfect way that we can really reach out and have the access and opportunity for even those students. So we're reaching from one extreme all the way down to the bottom. And this, I just feel that's very important that we support this program. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Nybar?
One last thought to throw out there for your team is with that one-time money, we maybe could possibly look at creative ways to enhance the classroom experience for these kids. You know, the stress toys and the different things and more collaborative hands-on learning experiences that are engaging them in the classroom, because you could use that for those one time. I know we were just talking about legislation, how much money it is and how we're going to use it all and for the safe schools. But I think enhancing their classroom experience and environment and keeping them engaged might be a great way.
That's a great idea. Love the suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments, board?
No, I just want to say how much I appreciate the thoughtfulness and the innovation. And I mean, just by creating these parallel programs, we're individualizing and we're personalizing, as Mrs. Pedersen said, you know, the educational experience for students who really need it. And I just think that's one of the things that public education does really well. I'm grateful that, you know, it looks like maybe we will have those resources that are set aside for situations like this.
Okay, I would also just like to say thank you. And I think this is great. I really think it's innovative and it really may become like a model in the state. I don't know. We'll have to see how it goes, but I think it's really great. So thank you. And thank you to your team, whoever came up with it. So
it's a very collaborative effort by lots of departments.
Can I make a motion? This is
yes, I was
possible
just going to
action.
ask for one. So perfect.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the district case management team proposal.
I'll
Okay.
second that.
We have a motion and a second. Okay, any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
Thank you.
great. That passes unanimously. Now we'll go on to our last item of the study, of the business meeting rather. 2023-2024 fee schedule. This is a second reading by Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator.
Yes, the only thing that can beat DCMT is the fee schedule, so. When we were putting this together on Friday, it was of course the last day of the legislature session. There was a bill out there, 175. It should be House Bill 175, not as Senate bill. But we just didn't know if it was gonna go through or not, so we kind of put it together, not knowing what would happen. And just so you know, it did not pass, but I just want to spend a couple review a couple things from this bill because has come up the last couple sessions and again this session. As Charlie, Susan mentioned, we just think a bill like this is just going to keep coming forward. The last year's bill was very, very similar to this year's bill. Just want to note a couple things that we may want to consider implementing ourselves in the next few years, or get a plan in place, if you will. House Bill 175 again did not pass, but it did pass the House, I should say, and it also did pass the Senate committee, but just never got through the whole Senate. It would require a phase out plan of school fees by 2028-29 school year. That includes all general fees / registration fees and curricular fees. It does not include extracurricular fees. Every bill that's come up the last couple of years says they can still be charged fees outside that would be incurred outside the school day. There are a list of exceptions there. You could see those. We won't go over those one by one. That could still be charged after 2020 in the 28-29 school year. We requested funding. 35 million is not enough to cover state fees. Statewide, it's probably closer to 80 million, I think. But then that's one of the reasons it doesn't seem to get passed is because of the funding issue. Couple of other things. The way the bill is written now, fundraising is part of the fee. So you can, fundraise to offset school fees. However, on this bill, that actually pulls it out. Fees for that provides a direct benefit to the student paying the fee, like a C-Tech fee, for cosmetology, EMT, CNA, you can still charge those fees is our interpretation because the student's receiving a direct benefit that, would cost them a lot more outside in the private world. It also defines instructional equipment that you can still charge that relates to a class. And as I mentioned, extracurricular fees can still be charged. It's just those general and registration fees. You can see the fees, last year's amounts versus this year's amounts. Again, it should be noted the general fee, the registration fee, we cut that in half for this school year. That's why the amount is roughly half there. The curricular fees are pretty much paid, because they're on a semester basis. The extracurriculars are behind, but of course you got to remember the spring sports haven't started yet with track, baseball, softball, soccer, lacrosse. So we expect those to get caught up there. And you can see the fee waivers last year compared to this year. Also, and it should be noted, the kindergarten fees, even though I need to back up there, the supplemental kindergarten fees, 700 plus, are included in this year's curricular fees. They were not included last year. So there's still some curricular fees that we will be collecting there. Updates to the fee schedule. Again, we have to have a maximum. We're proposing they still stay the same at 5,000 for high school, 500 for middle school. No student has exceeded those this year. And I also want to emphasize, again, there's a phase out plan. We're recommending to keep the structure in place that we are proposing tonight. That's basically in place for this school year. for next school year. And then maybe look at a plan going forward, starting the 24-25 year to maybe start phasing those out. But right now, our plan for next school year, which is what we'll ask you to approve, is the fees that we have out there. Should also be noted that right now we will not be having supplemental kindergarten. That's great news. That funded by the legislature. Amber's very excited. Got her clapping back there. So we'll get one WPU for that. These are I think 13 schools that we had the supplemental this year. Middle school fees, there is only one change from the first reading, and that is a $5 increase for those at Butler Middle who go over to the rec center for ice skating. Again, they've increased, the rec center's increased that fee to us from $25 up to $30. So that's the only change from last meeting. I just want to point that out. You can see, again, PE closed, Lagoon Festival there. High school, mainly their groceries was one, CTSO travel. It's hard to get by, CTSOs, there's only 3 or 4 that go, so it's hard to get any buying power with that few students going. And sometimes they have to go a couple extra days because of the competitions. And also a big one there would also be the food supply costs that have gone up for our CTE foods classes. Other ones, extracurricular at the high schools, these are mainly at Alta for their band program with their wind instruments. Also, we had the unified sports, participation in a, uniform spirit pack that they may have. CTE, we may not be able to do the farm tech program next year because of just not student enrollment there. But if we can, that is the fee we'd propose. But other increased costs for those, CNA, cosmetology, EMT, diesel mechanics, they're attached on a separate file on board docs. You can see all the fee schedules there. I think we've gone through this over the years, the last several years, using the same format with the spend plans for all the schools. Again, just as an update, we sent a survey out last Wednesday to all parents requesting feedback on the fee schedules. So those of you who have secondary, any kids may have got that survey. We didn't get a whole lot of comments. I think there was around 10 that are attached on another document on board docs. We asked our principals today at noon if they'd received any, and we heard back about half the secondary principals, and they hadn't received any comments. So basically those that are listed on the document there. And also, as we've always done, the fee schedule has to be approved by April 1st. So we'll bring it back for your final, request your final approval next week at the March 21st board meeting. So, is that any questions?
Are there any questions, board, or comments? No? Oh, Nancy, Mrs. Teeny.
So I think this is something that in the interim between this legislative session that just concluded and next, this issue is not going to go away. And I think we need to do some deep diving into it, what it means, if anything, just so that we can communicate with legislators the reality of things. Because I think part of this conversation is based on, somebody told me once, like an N factor of 1 or 2, right? So kind of the idea of specific things that were included in the bill maybe don't reflect what the majority of the situations are, so that we can better communicate that out, as well as, maybe come up with some viable proposals that could be some solutions to this, to meet the needs of what they're trying to accomplish, because it is it's about the funding. And I think that was one of the reasons why it hasn't
passed the last couple of years is the funding. So anyway, there's just a lot in here that we can do to be proactive and to also be collaborative with what the intent is and to help them be better informed.
Okay, any other comments? I do have comments. So I read through those patron comments and I actually thought there were a couple of them that had some good ideas. One of them just said something about can we allow parents to donate money to help other students? I don't know. I thought that was a good idea. I think parents would be willing to donate to help other students. I really do. And not that we would make them or anything, but it could be an option.
I think one, I don't know if it's contradictory to that, but under the current rule right now, remember, we have to subsidize
Yeah.
fee waivers
Yeah.
across all schools. So now you get into a kind of an equity question that gets a little complicated, but yeah, and just to Nancy's point, you know, when you look at this, the legislature's undershot this horribly bad for a lot of years. And I think we've all tried to explain to them, it is a lot more than 35 million, probably triple that.
I
If
think
you
it's
really
triple.
got down to it. And,
Yes, 80.
you know, so I mean, and I'm just playing devil's advocate, I guess. I mean, thinking about the future, I don't know if that involves spending caps on programs or if we start to look at things at a deeper dive, but it definitely is not going away. And I think, you know, hopefully somehow we can get the legislature to really understand, you know, what that looks like. But so far, I mean, we've been talking about this now how many years? At least 5 that I can think of that superintendents have had this discussion, and every time it comes up, they're not even close. So tough. There's some tough
Yeah.
days ahead.
Okay, my second comment is the player pack issue. So I mean, every activity has like a player pack, but as parents, we don't know what's in it. Like, I think it would be good to be transparent and say, this is the player pack and this is what you're gonna get. You're gonna get a t-shirt, a pair of sweats. No, because my son does multiple sports and there's never any detail of what we're getting. We just pay it. And then, yes, we get a lot of stuff, but I think it would be nice to be transparent about what that is.
Isn't it? I thought is it itemized in the spend plan or no? I can't remember.
I just know, yeah, the sports that I do, I mean, we just pay the player pack and then, and I don't know, my son comes down with a t-shirt. I don't know what else he got. Yeah, I mean, I think, I don't know, as a parent, I think that would be nice if we ask the coaches to be transparent and say, this is what you're gonna get. I don't know, maybe that's too hard, maybe it's not, I don't know. Mrs. Nybar.
I have 2 thoughts along the lines with transparency. I do think that all of our extracurriculars and departments can do a better job of providing more transparency to parents. And, you know, for example, a lot of activities, school activities, there's a ticket charge for the community to come watch. There's concessions, there's things like that. And having transparency that way, I think would help. As far as building trust and confidence. The other thought I had is, as we're moving into this new generation where we just had the bill passed on the vouchers, we've opened the gate for us to be competing alongside private schools in a different way than we have before, because we're pulling out funds that used to be ours as well as students, which is WPU. So one thing that we have in the public school sector that we're far ahead from the private schools is our programs. And it's our programs that keep our high schools so healthy and vibrant. And it's our programs lots of times is the reason why parents move out of charter schools and back into the public school and high school. So I think as we're looking at possible legislation in the future, that's something we really need to communicate to our legislators, that this is an integral part of the public school system and our very fabric. And so, you know, providing all of the benefits that come from our kids as far as collegiate scholarship money, as far as you know, all the benefits of their education as well as socialization. I mean, there's so many things, but I would love for us to campaign the importance, because if we start if we get legislation where we're really tied to these fees that are much lower than what they have been, we're shot in the foot a little bit. Like our programs, if you think of the travel for competitions and all these other things, is gone, and the team building things that we do, you know, that's going to really negatively impact these kids' experiences. It's a lot more than just going to the debate competitions or playing in the game. It's the team dinners. It's the fundraisers. It's the service projects. It's these things that you do to build a team and to help develop the character of the youth. So my thought.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Mrs. Tingy?
Through this conversation, it reminded me that I think what HB 175 was mostly targeting were the general fees and the participation fees. So I went on and looked at some of, you know, that clicked on the little blue eye, right? And I think we can do a better job of explaining how those fees are used. And so I would like to see that as soon as, you know, we can, even if it's not by the time we approve this, but I just think that's a place where we can have schools work on improving the you know, transparency, but also just kind of visibility. So like when you click on it, I think it's brilliant how it's set up. It's just sometimes it just says bus costs to go to game, and it's, you know, $150 or something. And so I think we can be a little more detailed on that.
Okay, great. Any other comments? Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilcox. We appreciate you. So now let's go on to staff comments, and we'll start with Superintendent Robbins.
I just want to echo appreciation to our ESPs. I know we had many of them here tonight, and over recent weeks with the snow days in one of our operations meeting, I think we were all kind of overwhelmed when Kevin explained to us how that all actually works with removing snow and what a difficult task that is, because you remember, I mean, it's not just our parking lots and our sidewalks. A lot of these people are also working to do that for other corporations and parking lots as well. And so as the snow continues to fall, to just see, as he explained to us, the level of commitment that our folks are dedicated to, it was pretty humbling. I know I didn't fully understand all of that. And so I just again want to share appreciation to all of our ESPs for all that they do, not just those that were here tonight, but across the entire district for their service. So thank you.
Okay, sorry, it's me. Okay, Mr. Wilcox, our business administrator.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. I know the board has got a few emails on media budgets today. I appreciate those who came and spoke on that. Just to give a clarification, during last board meeting's budget update, I put up there that we were looking to dedicate a lot of our remaining ESSER funds. We're looking at about $1 million, but haven't got down to the exact amount yet, of our remaining ESSER funds to update our collections in our elementary libraries. It would just be the elementaries. We would then, since their collections would be updated, we'd then look at reducing their annual allocations, you know, by around $100,000. Again, that's just the elementaries, would not touch the secondaries. Just a quick budget update on the secondary schools. They have right now their budget's about between the 13 of about 600,000, and they spent about 200,000 of that, with about 60,000 on order, you know, waiting for them to come in. So they still got 350-ish plus available budget out there for their media, for the secondary media books. So just to put that out there to make sure there's a clarification on that. Again, that's on me. I guess I just put schools and not elementary schools, and so there was that.
confusion last week. I hope that's been straightened out with that. As Rick said, big thank you to all our ESPs moving that snow. That's just quite a job. And I also want to thank our teachers last week for parent-teacher conferences. Always an important day for my wife and I to go meet with our boys' teachers. And, you know, they give us so much insight. We just really appreciate that. They gave us some chart that one of my boys is doing very well on it. He took it home and put it on the fridge right then and there. So it's just neat to spend that time with our teachers. I really appreciate how prepared they are for everyone going in there to, you know, to talk about their respective child. So thank you to all our teachers for that last week. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll go to board comments and we will start with Mrs. Pedersen.
I just want to tell you how my heart is so full with all the examples that I've been hearing and seeing letters and messages that have been coming in about all of our employees, not just ESL, but or ESP. I'll get the letter. ESL is good too. All of our employees. It reaffirms that educators everywhere, the support personnel everywhere, really truly are wonderful people and that they have their heart in what they're doing. We've hired some amazing people, and their dedication is above and beyond, just above and beyond the level of excellence that we've been able to see. And something that I was able to participate in that I was super excited about was to go to the high school robotics competition that was at the Maverick Center. And it was so much fun watching the teams with their robotics. They had to work together as alliances. I love that. So 3 different schools that don't have anything to do with each other other than they all are loving their robots had to work as an alliance to beat the other alliance. We had the Red Alliance and the Blue Alliance, and they battled back and forth to move specific objects like cones from one side of the court to the other. And anyway, it was amazing to see them working, not against each other, but there was a healthy comparison, of their skills, but it was nice to see how they work together. The objectives of the activity was to build their STEM skills, to build self-confidence, leadership, problem solving, and team cooperation. It was so much fun to see the excitement in those kids' eyes and in their excitement. And they were just as excited as the basketball team because this was their show. And our Alta team placed, how did they do? I can't remember. Anyway, our Alta team basically won. They scored them as groups and also as individual schools. And so it was just really exciting to see what we can do when we are really motivated by our educational activities. So I appreciate being able to have those kinds of opportunities. And it was just so exciting to go to the Unified Sports games. That was just the best thing. It made my whole day. It was just so much fun. And so that's why I say my heart is full, is that I just keep seeing these kids doing marvelous things, and I'm not as worried about the future sometimes as the news wants us to be. I know that our kids are going to be great and that we just have to believe in them and give them those opportunities. So I appreciate everything that Canyons does for them. And that's it.
Okay, Mrs. Tingy.
Thank you. I know a lot has been said about the legislative session, and really it was one like no other. And but I just wanted to again express appreciation. It's really, I've thought about it a lot. It's impossible to articulate, to quantify, or even fully understand the ways that our legislative team, Charlie, Susan, Alan, Anders, Paul, what they did for us this year. And often their influence, you can't see it and you can't know it, but what we can do is recognize the work that they've done. And so I hope that throughout the district, we learn how to appreciate that and including the different departments. I know We talked earlier about having the different departments take a deep dive now into some of these pieces of legislation that are going to become law and what it means to us in the district. And so it will be a broad and comprehensive team approach to implementing those things, but it really is incredible. And Canyons does lead out on this work, and I'm very grateful. And as Mrs. Pedersen mentioned, the Unified Sports Activity at Brighton, it was on a Monday, and it was a great way. Not only did it start the day off in a good way, but the whole week. As negative things I would hear about it, I would remember. But there's Unified Sports, and there's those kids that were just so happy and so willing to support and help each other, and it does reflect well for our future. I also, speaking of reflecting, I was able to attend the PTA reflections, and that was just really a fun event to see kids so pleased and proud at the awards that they received for the great work that they've done. And then I was also able to attend a couple of SCC meetings, and this is a busy time of year for SCCs. They're really putting, pencil to paper and looking at numbers and data and coming up with plans. And as we all do in many aspects of our life, there's limited resources, and you need to prioritize, and you need to talk about it and come to an agreement. So I just want to thank all of the school committee councils for their great work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milliberg.
Kind of a different approach. I'm really not a negative person, but I'm kind of bummed out, to be honest with you. First, I want to start by saying our schools are absolutely amazing. And I am so impressed with what we are able to accomplish. And, it's been 16 and a half years ago that we created a new school district. And I am amazed at what we have been able to accomplish. In the amazing part, I don't know how many of you Sunday evening, 9 o'clock-ish or so, had your phone ring. Same time my wristwatch buzzed, and I looked at the message, and it was the communications department from the district telling us that it was going to snow all night, and that the teachers who had scheduled a prep day at the schools were to get with their supervisors and find out when they could get to school. And I immediately went negative, okay? I thought, okay, we talked about whether they needed to be in the school or whether they could work from home. Now all of a sudden it looked like a work from home day. I pulled out of my neighborhood and glanced across the street at Mid Valley Elementary School about 10 o'clock yesterday morning. Parking lot was full, absolutely jam-packed. I thought, why are you such a negative person? We've got professionals, we've got people that really, really care about providing quality education. And even though they could have come up with some excuse to not be there, parking lot was full. I talked to another lady today whose daughter teaches at one of our schools out in the Draper area. Their school was full. We've got great people. I listened to the discussions we've had tonight, and in some ways it brings tears to my eyes. In some ways I'm grateful for what we have. I look at the discussion we had with the ACC students and the programs. And and I stop and think, unless we had that type of a program at every school in our district, somebody, some family, somewhere is going to be inconvenienced by having to go out of their boundary school to make it work. And yet, inside of me, my heart bleeds for those that have to do that. And all through this, my mind is cranking through unlike the federal government, we are required to have a balanced budget in our school district. And we don't, just because we want more or need more, get more funding. It doesn't work that way. I look at DCMT presentation that we had tonight. Great ideas and great things to bring it in. And then I kind of get a little choked in the throat when I see 4 FTEs going. And then I couple that with having attended a community council meeting at one of our middle schools and listening to the principal go through and explain to us how they are losing FTEs and the programs that may have to be cut at the local school. And then we go through the discussion on school fees and what the actual cost is and what we're allowed to charge. And I keep thinking, boy, Leon, I'm sure glad you've got a leather punch so you can keep taking up your belt a few notches, punch new holes in your belt every day. And you know, then I listen to the plea coming from our education support people tonight. They want a livable wage. And we've just had the snot beat out of it. Can I say snot in a meeting like this? I don't know if that's appropriate or not, but I did, so what the heck. You know, we've had the snot beat out of us with inflation this year. And when you have an organization the size of a school district, and you start looking at the funding and how our purchasing power is eroding, all the way from purchasing teachers to purchasing supplies to building to maintaining that, it makes it hard. And then, you know, I listened to comments about, well, we can get the money to fund that from here, and we can bring it from there, and it'll come here, and we've got ESSER funds that we can use some of that to fund it. And then I'm thinking, ESSER funds are coming to an abrupt halt. And that's been a big part of our budget for the last few years. If anything came out of the pandemic worthwhile, we got additional funding through the ESSER fund. And then we're also faced with a declining birth rate, and our enrollment in schools are dropping, and those full-time equivalents, they start disappearing as well. And going back to my initial comment about our schools are amazing. Yes, they are. They're absolutely amazing. And it's amazing to me how much we can do with the funding we receive. I don't know. I always thought you went to Utah State to learn accounting. I think you became a magician, Leon, because I think you must have a magic wand to make it all fit. I don't know how it happens. So I am just happy to have a seat on the train and move on down the track with this group. We've got a great board. We've got great administration in our district, and we have, as you've heard me say time and time again, we have our classroom teachers, and that's where the magic happens. There's nothing that will impact the quality of your child's education more than that classroom teacher. So I'm sorry that I just rambled and I kind of went through a bunch of stuff, but that's what's going through my mind. It's kind of scrambled as well. But that's about all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Edel.
So first, congratulations to everyone who has made it this far in the meeting. I'm impressed that you're all here still. I also want to thank everyone who came out to support the libraries, and I'm sorry that everyone got spooked about that. But I really appreciate their passion for reading and for literacy, and I think that that's so important. I know that my elementary kids have benefited from school libraries to develop a love of reading, especially for a couple of them that I think otherwise would have no love of reading. It's been about a month now since we've been able to do this. So since then, I've had the opportunity to visit a number of schools, including Hillcrest, Diamond Ridge and Entrada, Jordan Valley, Sandy Elementary, East Sandy Elementary, Copperview Elementary, Glacier Hills Elementary. I've also had the opportunity to visit our central warehouse, which was really neat, and then spend some time with our SCCs at Copperview Elementary, Union Middle School, and Jordan High School. I really appreciate the parents that dedicate their time and their energy to our schools in the various capacities, including our SCCs, our PTAs, but in so many other ways. We had many parents here tonight, and I really appreciate their dedication to their students and to all the students in Canyon School District. I really appreciate you. Without you, we wouldn't exist. And as a parent of students within the district, I really appreciate all that you've done and continue to do. We've also had the opportunity to visit with Sandy City Council, to visit with transportation, look at the new bus system that we're going to be adopting. I was able to visit with teachers at Mount Jordan Middle School. I was able to meet with PTA at the Capitol. I was able to attend the Reflections Awards ceremony for Region 17 PTA. That's always a shining spot. I've been involved with Reflections for a number of years, and I love the opportunity for the students to stand out with their creativity, with our arts programs, and for the emphasis on that. I think that that's wonderful. And a special thank you to all the volunteers that made that happen, Terry Francis and her team. I also had the opportunity to attend Peer Court, which was a definite highlight of my last month, and to meet with the students who participate with that. And we have some really, really amazing students within our district. And I know that we highlight a lot of our employees and we highlight a lot of our parents, but I also just want to highlight the amazing students that we have. And of course, we're all here for the students. That's why we exist. And we have just a fantastic group of students. And then, of course, I want to echo some things that were already said about the importance of taking care of our employees. The inflation's hurting all of us. We really have to put an emphasis on taking care of our people, making sure that they have livable wages, making sure that they have meaningful work. I appreciate everything that every single one of our people does for us. All of our employees are just really amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Nybar.
And he works full time. That was an impressive list. I just wanted to, first off, the funding for all day kindergarten, that's pretty incredible. I wanted to thank Senator Spenlove, who really championed that cause, as well as Charlie and Susan and everyone that Nancy already mentioned that helped there at the Capitol. I appreciated the time we spent at the Capitol. A big highlight for me was the Brighton High School Unified basketball game. That was amazing. The cute blonde that made like 4 or 5 baskets. I mean, I was ready to put her on my shoulders. It was amazing. And the students roaring and cheering for these kids. I mean, if that doesn't give you a rush for the rest of your week, it's pretty amazing. Congratulations to Alta High and Corner Canyon for winning their 5A and 6A championships for the state. I have to say, I do have a son on the Corner Canyon team and very involved in that team. And I want you to know that those boys are winners, not only on the basketball court, but in life. We had a service project arranged because we're trying to also teach our athletes about giving back, right? And so it was at the Catholic Community Services, and we thought we would be serving food to the homeless and being able to interact with them. But we got there, and instead we prepared the food and then deep cleaned the kitchen, the freezer, the garbage cans, and every inch of that kitchen. And the boys made it fun. They didn't complain, and they were still smiling at the end. So neat to be part of that. And that's what we can do in our programs is come together as teams and as groups and help these kids see that there's a greater cause beyond just them. I had a conversation with my son before the game, and he was talking to me about his older brother played last year and how their stats were about the exact same. And he needed to score, 2 baskets to be tied with his brothers. And I said, oh, are you going to try to do that? And he goes, oh, no, as long as our team wins, I don't care. I just need to play my role. So that's what we're learning in those organizations. I was able to have an awesome tour of the CTE programs at Draper Park Middle School, Corner Canyon, and then go to our CTEC facility with Janet Goebel. And I want to say we have amazing stuff going on. And in some of our committee work, Dr. Robbins has talked a lot about Loudoun County and the amazing things they're doing there. And I asked Janet for a comprehensive list of the programs we're providing and what they're providing. All we need now is the shiny building, because we are providing about the same things they are. And it was just so exciting to see these kids and all the things they're learning. I had the opportunity to meet with Wendy and Cindy, our dynamic redhead duo that are pretty incredible. And we were talking about how to expand the advanced classes and honors offerings in our middle schools. And just, I felt so excited and grateful for them and all the work they're doing for that. That's going to be incredible. I have one little thought. When I was at Draper Park, I want to do a shout out to Mrs. Hall. She's amazing. She teaches digital literacy. And I was watching these kids in the hallway, and they had this golf rug set out, and they had programmed spheros, which are these little balls that move around. And they'd programmed them on their laptops and watching them try to get into their holes. And I was thinking, that is a great example of hands-on, excited learning. These kids are totally engaged. They're learning about programming. They're playing with these balls. This is amazing. She does keyboarding Olympics. She does an escape room. She does stop motion. Then I go across the hall to the college and career awareness people. And one of the teachers is telling me about their Shark Tank activity they do, and that they actually fly these executives out from California. Well, the company pays for it. We don't. But they come out and they judge the Shark Tank. And they're this amazing company that's very, very successful. And I was thinking to myself, oh no, I've opted my kids out of these classes, because 6 years ago, digital literacy was teaching spreadsheets that were so outdated, Excel that we didn't use anymore, and college and career awareness was basically a textbook. So I was thinking, you know what? Like William Shakespeare said, by any other name, we got to rename those because they have a bad rap. And I looked at our enrollment, and guess what? Kids are still opting out of those classes. And after I visited them, I thought, these are some of the best classes at Draper Park. So I think we may need to look at renaming them because they have a bad rap. The other thing I wanted to talk about was, what was the other thing that we did that was really neat? Corner Canyon had this really cool career assembly, and they had these breakout sessions, and I'm sitting in this classroom, and it was the folks that were so excited that we were able to do that Herculean effort with the buses to get them to their competition, which was amazing. Just so you know, there's other schools that had to just do it digitally online, which would be so hard to compete that way. So it's amazing we did that. But I'm sitting there in Mr. Jones' class, and we have these two entrepreneurs that started this Dime Cosmetics, and they start talking about 15 different business models and how they failed. And then they start talking about their revenue and how much production. And then they start talking about their sales of last year was 150 million. And all of a sudden, all the boys in the room just, really got alert. They were really listening about what it means to be an entrepreneur. And then they're talking about the cosmetics and how it's non-commodogenic and how great it is for your skin. And then a couple of girls, I have your products. I wear your products. And so all of a sudden, the whole classroom is engaged, and these guys are in their 20s, and they've engaged this whole classroom. And then they start teaching them about taking risks and how to go out and be successful. And I was thinking, this is so awesome. This is exactly what we need for these kids to see how it translates to be successful in life. So I love programs like that. And then of course I had to go and ask, how do we get these people to come to our schools? So just a big hats off to all of our departments that are going out and creating these amazing experiences for our students. Just what an awesome experience. So, so thank you for that. And that's all.
Okay, thank you. So I want to mention just a few things. And the first thing is and other people have mentioned it, but I have to say the Brighton High basketball game with the varsity against the Unified was literally, I think it was the best event of the year that I've been to. I really do. Just like everyone said, it was just amazing. They like turned down the lights and they had the cheerleaders, they played the loud music and the kids got to run through the tunnel. And then the game was just, it was amazing. Like the kids loved it. They all got a chance to be out there if they wanted to. I think the score was like in the 30s against like 6. And the student body, this is the thing. It was the hour before lunch and it was flex. Like they could have all left and that gym was packed. There were kids at the top. And when the Unified team scored, I mean, literally there was like a roar. And there were a few times when varsity scored and they actually got booed. The students did not want varsity to score. Anyway, it was wonderful. And I appreciate Abby Cox was there supporting that. And the other thing that's cool about it, I don't know if you guys know this, but this whole game was set up by a student. There's a junior and she's the one who initiated that. It was her idea. She got it all organized and followed through with that. And it was really, really amazing. It made me really happy. So the other thing is I did go visit with Superintendent Robbins, 3 of the schools I represent. And we went to Oakdale, Ridgecrest, and Butler Elementary. And I just would really highly encourage you board members to, if you can, to go with him when he does these visits. We, just sat down and talked to the principal for probably 20 to 30 minutes. Then we went to visit 3 classrooms in each school. And it was amazing what was happening. I was so happy just to see teachers teaching students. The students were very engaged. They all were doing different things. We saw a little bit of Beverly Taylor Sorensen teacher. She was teaching the kids a rap. And they did want the superintendent or I to do it. We did not. We didn't want to, we did not want to rap. The principal did just go right up there and rap. Yeah, it was great. So anyway, I just also want to thank Amanda and Nancy for their work in the legislative session. They were amazing. They were up there multiple times a week, I think, with Susan, and then also Karen, and I think Andrew, did you attend? Anyway, there are other board members that also attended Joint Legislative Committee on Fridays. And that's just really great for our board to get involved with the legislature, figure out what's going on and give our input. And it really does make a difference. So I just want to add my thanks to them. And I think the board has finished our work and it is before 10. Otherwise, I would have to cut myself off if it was 10. Anyway, okay. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for being here. And I declare our meeting over.